And welcome back. Just minutes ago, we had a landfall. As far as Hurricane Nicholas goes, it did occur just really only a couple minutes ago. We're talking landfall is basically between Freeport and Matagorda in around the Sargent area. And all that means that the center circulation has now moved over land. The center of the eye had moved over land, but all the devastation, all the rainfall, all of the heavy amounts of wind was still going on, particularly in around the northern and eastern parts of the eye wall. So once again, landfall has now occurred, but that does not mean that the conditions are going to get any better anytime soon. In fact, this is just going to be a much worse system as far as the amount of rainfall goes. Let me show you what I'm talking about. The latest numbers out there, pressure is now at 991 millibars. Still Category 1 hurricane. 75-mile-an-hour winds around the center of circulation. Still moving north-northeast at 10 miles an hour and still inching along 20 miles northeast of Matagorda. That's basically where it was really at the 11 o'clock advisory that came out as well. As we take a look at the bigger perspective here, a little concerned about what is going to be happening as far as the cone. I want to show you the forecast cone here. Look at how slowly this storm moves, right? We're going from Tuesday morning. By the time we hit Wednesday evening, the storm itself, maybe a depression by this time, but may just be working its way into far southwestern Louisiana. So a very slow move. You got to remember, we're going to be seeing bands and bands of rain, shower, storm after storm hitting the same area. And we also still going to be dealing with a bit of storm surges. So as far as the center circulation is just barely on land, we're still going to have all that water streaming in from the ocean or from the Gulf of Mexico as well. So this is something where I'm really concerned about the amount of rain and the flooding that we'll see in southeast Texas as well as Louisiana. Look how the storm by Wednesday evening, even by Thursday evening, it's barely moving from Lake Charles to just barely in the same latitude as Alexandria. So as long as it continues to stay in Louisiana, Molly, this is not going to be a Texas-only storm. This is going to be one that will be inundating Louisiana, a place that does not need any more rain, considering what happened with Hurricane Ida.
And power's still out in portions of Louisiana as they're trying to recover. Well, speaking of power, it's going in and out here in Matagorda, Texas, as southeast Texas remains on alert. Tropical storm and storm surge warnings are in effect, and you can see why. The rain and the wind are just relentlessly thrashing the trees. The area is also under a flash flood watch through Thursday. We do want to take you to some of the top wind gusts that we've seen because Matagorda is actually one of the most impressive. And it was actually this observation in Matagorda Bay at 95-mile-per-hour wind gusts that prompted the National Hurricane Center to upgrade Nicholas from a tropical storm to a hurricane. So we had 95-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and we also had 76-mile-per-hour sustained winds. So if you're just now joining us, you're saying, hey, wait, I thought it was Tropical Storm Nicholas. We did have that upgrade, and this just made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. So we have flash flood watches from Rockport all the way to New Orleans, a huge chunk of real estate that could see widespread 5 to 10 inches of rain, locally higher amounts, especially just to the east of Houston over into the Lake Charles area. We could see upwards of 8 to 12 inches of rain. Very likely going to see some isolated pockets of double-digit rainfall totals. And it doesn't matter where you are. If you see double-digit rainfall totals in the matter of 2 days, you will see flash flooding. Now add in an area like Houston that is prone to flooding, and you're going to have some problems. So this is the European model. I'm going to show you two different models here. So let's start with the European model, where anywhere that you see those pink colors, so just to the east of Lake Charles, some areas just to the north of Houston, 12 to 18 inches of rain. But as we flip over to the American model, this paints a completely different picture. And the difference between the two models right now is the speed that it moves Nicholas along. The slower that it moves, the more rainfall that we'll see. The faster that it moves, that'll spare some areas from the torrential rainfall that could potentially continue for days. We do have a high risk for flash flooding. What you see in red, that's issued by the Weather Prediction Center, and only about 14 to 16 days per year get that high risk designation. So you have to take this one seriously. There's a couple of reasons why. When you see these high risk days, they usually equal the highest number of flooding deaths that we have throughout the year. Any other risk days, high risk days are the highest. Not only are the deadliest, but they're also the most expensive. So we're talking about two threats here. Of course, we usually see those deaths occur in vehicles, Todd. So we can't stress enough just check those road conditions before you head out the door tomorrow in Houston.
And especially in Houston, a good part of Harris County, there's going to be a widespread difference in the amount of rainfall you'll see from, let's say, areas northwest to areas south and east. Here is a live look at Houston, and obviously rain is a big concern, particularly if farther south you are. The area, you can see more than half a foot of rain, some areas closer to a foot, enough to cause flooding. Flash flood watch is in effect, go along with a tropical storm warning. And I want to get back to just show you real quickly the landfall graphic here, the number, the official landfall, right at 1 o'clock a.m. Central Daylight Time in around Matagorda, Texas, as Category 1 hurricane. Winds around the center circulation, 75 miles an hour. Pressure was at 991 millibars. It did rise as far as the pressure. The central pressure did rise 3 millibars since the 10 o'clock update that was out at 988. So this system weakened slightly, but again, the impacts remain the same. Now let's take a look at Harris County alone, and this is just the past 24-hour rainfall totals. These numbers can be changing every time we go back to it. But the one thing that won't be changing is the heavy rain that will be basically to the southeast of the city and along the I-45 corridor as you work your way down toward Galveston. This is going to be an area that's going to be seeing a lot of rain. Remember, we're talking 24-hour rainfall totals approaching 4 inches in spots, some areas approaching 2.5 inches. So this is really going to be the worst area as far as rain goes. But notice areas farther off to the north and west. You work your way toward, let's say, Katy, Texas. Well, we're only talking about 0.3 of an inch of rain has fallen. So the worst conditions will be farther down to the south and east, and that will continue to work its way over toward Beaumont and then eventually the Texas-Louisiana border. So this is going to be one of those top heavy things. Everything's going to be impacting more to the east. In fact, you can actually take the I-45 corridor and then spread it off to the east. If you're to the east of I-45 in around Harris County and then pushing the far southeast Texas, most likely you'll be seeing the heaviest rain farther off to the west. The rainfall may not be as bad, but doesn't mean the flooding is going to be that bad as well, because if you are going to be in the car, all you want to do is just, if you work your way to an area that does have some low level of elevation, that's going to be a problem. So problem with what's happening around Houston, that abundant moisture is just going to be coming into the proximity of Gulf of Mexico. You know what it's like. It's always hot. It's always humid, particularly in summer. Urbanization limits the ability for the soil to absorb moisture. So you're going to have all this rain, but there's nowhere to go. You have concrete, you have asphalt, and also it's very low lying as well. The flat wetlands are paved. Landscapes drain very slowly, so the water gets there, but there's really have no place to go, Molly. That is why it doesn't have to take a lot of rainfall to see some flooding in around Houston.
It really doesn't. And on top of that, we're dealing with power outages as well, up to 105,000 customers without power in Texas right now. Well, as Nicholas moves further inland, we will see rain impacts in places like Jackson, Mississippi and Atlanta, Georgia. Jackson, now we may not see a lot of rain at one time, but that rain is going to be sticking around day after day this week. Atlanta, your rain and storm chances start tonight and also stick around every day this week, at least through Friday. Let's talk about some of the rainfall totals that we can see. This is going to combine, so we're going to combine what's left of Nicholas as it moves inland with a front that's going to be pushing through the southeast. So the heaviest rainfall totals still over here in portions of Texas as well as southern Louisiana. But even areas like Mississippi, you're talking about 2 to 3 inches of rain widespread with some locally higher amounts possible. I'm really concerned about Mississippi and coastal Mississippi all the way up through the Jackson area. The soil is super saturated thanks to Hurricane Ida that just moved through. So at this point, it's just not going to take much to cause some flash flooding, maybe an inch, 2 inches of rain. And we see rainfall rates that we typically see with tropical related systems. You're talking about in areas we could see 2 to 3 inches of rain per hour. That certainly will cause some issues with some flash flooding. So here's Nicholas today as it's making landfall right now. It will eventually be steered to the east as this cold front will be sweeping in from the northwest to the southeast. And because of that, that's going to allow for a lot of this tropical moisture to get pulled directly to the north. That's going to combine with our front. And typically when that happens, we see some enhanced rainfall amounts and some enhanced rainfall rates. So keep your eye on areas like Texas as well as Louisiana and just notice how long the rain falls in some of these areas. So here's today all the way through Wednesday. This spreads into areas like Alabama and Mississippi, coastal portions of Alabama and Mississippi, likely seeing some very heavy rain with that direct line to the Gulf of Mexico with some of that moisture, and even over into the panhandle of Florida. By Thursday, it is still raining in Louisiana and and portions of Texas as this spreads over all the way into Atlanta, potentially some of the Carolinas. And by Friday, we are still talking about rain. Todd, that's why we're so concerned about the flash flooding, because it's not just as Nicholas moves through, it's going to be the rainfall that we see after that on top of the already saturated ground.
And again, that water has really no place to go when it's already running high. We're looking at really two images of New Orleans here on your left from September 1st, on your right from August 31st, all because of Ida. And it's in fact, New Orleans is still working its way past Ida, and now we have to worry about Nicholas. City's bracing for more tropical moisture from Nicholas. Rain, of course, is going to be the biggest concern for the next coming days. More than 119,000 Louisiana residents remain without power, without electricity after Ida. A flash flood watch continues. This morning, you see some of the Louisiana outages there. Lafourche being the parish that has the highest amount. But again, a lot of the areas here in far southeast Louisiana still trying to get its way out of what happened to Ida. And now you have Nicholas, and now you have more rainfall coming your way, unfortunately. Let's take a look at the European model. We have a couple of models to look at as far as the estimated rainfall totals through Friday. Any little bit of rain in this area is already too much, and we're still looking at the possibility of 3 to 5 inches for a good chunk of the area that is without power right now. So that is going to cause exacerbate problems with trying to get people back under power. Not only that, you're going to be dealing with some squally weather. Some heavier rains go along with some wind in along the I-12, I-10 corridor. Look at this little sliver here, anywhere from 5 to 8 inches, upwards maybe a foot possible. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it's possible all throughout the course of this week. And that is actually the European model. GFS model shows a slightly lower amount, but again, we're still looking at 2, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain. At least through Friday. Again, this is an area that does not need to see any more rain. Let's take a look at the latest radar, and already seen a couple of convective storms here that's working onshore. So New Orleans just had a couple of bands of light rain move through, but this is just the beginning of a lot of heavier rain. This is the high-res future radar. It's not going to be exactly like this, but you get a good idea of what to expect as we head through this morning. We'll have a couple of these isolated showers and storms, some of the outer bands that could start working through later on this morning into the early afternoon. This is when I really think we're going to see the widespread chance of some of these stronger storms that could pop up here. And again, we can also see maybe a quick spin-up tornado or two. Anytime you're looking at tropical systems, you are going to be having the possibility for some tornadoes that could arrive, particularly to the north and east, the center circulation. Look what. Here we are by 6 o'clock this afternoon into the evening hours. We're really in the thick of it now in Louisiana. This is when I really think it's going to get worse here. The PM hours for today into very early on Wednesday. Notice how it is still raining, Molly, and it's still going to be bounds of heavy rain as the circulation of the remnants of Nicholas will slowly work its way through Louisiana really over the next day and a half. This is going to be a really bad thing as far as rainfall.
And you're talking about so many areas. They're so desperately trying to recover from Hurricane Ida. Well, here's a live look at conditions in College Station, Texas right now. This storm is expected to bring a lot of rain. On Monday, Governor Greg Abbott signed a disaster declaration for 17 counties. He also said rescue boats are standing by. College Station, that's going to be one of the areas that we're not super concerned about the extremely heavy rainfall, but still, you will see some rainfall in those areas. So we want to take you to areas of Texas all the way over into Louisiana. That's where we're going to see potentially some of the higher rainfall amounts. So 5, 6 inches of rain along the I-10 corridor from Beaumont all the way over to Lake Charles, even Lafayette, getting into that area where we could see upwards of 5 inches of rain. I want to draw your attention to this area just south of Beaumont where we could see upwards of 8 inches of rain. I would not be surprised if some areas get into double-digit rainfall totals. So it's just beginning for many of these areas that we just mentioned. So Beaumont, Lake Charles, that's where the rain is just starting to move in, and this will just continue to get heavier over the next couple of hours. So as we push this into the future, by the time you walk out your door this morning, maybe to head off to work, take the kids to school, you're talking about some very, very heavy rainfall, tropical downpours that will continue all throughout the day. I know in a typical summer thunderstorm in Lake Charles, we can pick up a couple inches of rain in just a matter of a couple of hours, and you add the the fact that this is a tropical system and you're going to have even higher rainfall rates. That's why we're expecting maybe 5-6 inches of rain in the Lake Charles area before that starts to push more to the east into southeastern Louisiana, but still some wraparound showers on the backside of that. The wind continuing to pick up as well. The wind more of an issue for areas like Beaumont, where we could see those wind gusts up to potentially 40 miles per hour, but even Lake Charles, 30 to 35 miles per hour. That could cause some power outages if we had that saturated soil in place. And then we have those stronger wind gusts that come through that can easily knock down some trees, maybe some power lines. That would be an issue as well. So the rain still to come in a lot of these areas, 5 to 6 inches of rain. And as we look over towards Gulfport, of course, just got a lot of rain from Hurricane Ida stretching over into Mobile. We could see 3 to 4 inches of rain. And this is going to be an area as Nicholas, whatever is left of Nicholas at that time, starts to move through. This is going to tap into some of the Gulf of Mexico moisture, and that's just going to draw it right up into many of these areas and enhance the rainfall. Well, our nonstop coverage of Tropical Storm Nicholas continues into the overnight hours. And remember, you can download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts, forecasts, local radar, and live coverage.
Seeing blood when you brush your floss can be a sign of early gum damage. New Parodontax Active Gum Repair kills plaque bacteria at the gum line to help keep the gum seal tight. New Parodontax Active Gum Repair Toothpaste.
The first person to survive Alzheimer's disease is out there. They're going to hold on to everything the disease steals away. That smile they can't hide. That dance class they love. Every single piece of them is going to make it through. And the Alzheimer's Association is going to make it happen by funding research, advancing public policy, and spurring scientific breakthroughs. And by providing local support to those living with the disease and their caregivers, we're easing the burden for all those facing it until we accomplish our goal. Alzheimer's disease has devastated millions of lives, but that's all going to change when we reach the first survivor. But we won't get there without you. Join the fight with the Alzheimer's Association.
Can I play?
You're an awesome big sis. XOXO, Mom.
I am an awesome big sis.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Hey, you! Domino's is giving away $15 million in surprise frees.
Other delivery apps add surprise fees. At Domino's, we're giving out surprise frees instead. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free food.
I love it.
From Domino's.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Riders, the lone wolves of the great highway. All they need is a bike and a full tank of gas. Their only friend, the open road.
I have friends.
Well, he may have friends, but he rides alone.
That's Jeremy right there. We're literally riding together.
He gets touchy when you talk about his lack of friends.
Can you help me out here?
No matter why you ride, Progressive has you covered with protection starting at $79 a year.
Well, I wouldn't need friends, to be fair. And still. Away we go!
You've never seen anything like this before.
I'm ready if you're ready.
If it hurts when you poop sometimes, like pinching off a porcupine, you're sweating, you're next trip to the loo. Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. Number 2 should be easy to do.
Trust Colace to soften stools with no stimulants for comfortable relief.
French's Yellow. It brightens up a turkey club. Italian sub, 5 napkins, no napkins. Oh, shouldn't have worn a white shirt. 2 foot, 1 foot, 1 inch. Ground beef, veggie beef, any beef, all yellow. French's Classic Yellow Mustard.
My music is powered by the latest technology. To get the crowd going in the club, or in my Jaguar playing the track for the first time. It's always one touch away from an amazing experience. Jaguar, 16 speakers, one powerful sound. The F-Pace, how Jaguar makes an SUV.
Currently in our area, 71 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Overnight, cloudy skies, low 70. Winds northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tuesday, partly cloudy, high 81. Winds east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, a few clouds, low 73. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
The environment may be changing, but America's trust in the Weather Channel is not.
We're looking at a live look here in Freeport, and look at that. The water already rising up. Really looks about at least a foot, foot and a half there. And this is when we start getting dangerous. This is when, if you look at that truck there, you can barely start seeing the tops of the wheels, at least in part of the waves. So that means that we are now talking about water above normally dry ground. Now we're looking at Galveston there, and even then, now you're starting to see the water starting to spread out over the starting to crest a little bit over the roads there. And again, now we're starting to see the heavier rain. We're starting to see the waves push. And this is going to be something in Galveston that the rain's going to be heavy, not only right now, but it's going to stay heavy really for several hours. So this is going to be something we're going to see as far as the flooding concerns. And all you have to do is go back a couple of years as far as flooding, and we're going to be talking about Hurricane Harvey. And each storm is going to be different. We're not saying that Nicholas is going to be anywhere what Harvey did, but we're going to talk about the amount of rain that southeast Texas have seen from tropical systems. So here is Harvey going back from August 28th until September 5th of 2017. And the amount of rainfall, we're talking several feet of rain in many areas in around Houston, Galveston, Beaumont, Texas, over toward Lake Charles as well. But I just want to point out this particular area right here and how hard Harvey ended up hitting this, had numbers even approaching and exceeding 40 inches of rain in around Houston, at least as far as the storm total goes. And this is from Imelda. Again, amount of rainfall approaching a foot, foot and a half, close to 2 feet of rainfall. Again, this is from Imelda's rainfall. So again, system after system continues to hit southeast Texas. We're going back 20 years now to Tropical Storm Allison. And notice the same area has been hit really hard. Southeast Texas, far southwest Louisiana, approaching a foot and a half, 2 feet of rain. And this time now we're looking today. We're going past really 48 hours and in around Houston again. This one's a little bit closer to Galveston, more so south of the of Metro. But again, here is an area this last 24 hours, 48 hours, 2.5, 3, 4 inches of rain has fallen in a short period of time. We still have more rain to go, and this will continue to drift farther off to the north and east. As far as the wind gusts, you can see gusts in Galveston Island at 52 miles an hour. Downtown Houston, we have 25 mile an hour sustained winds, gusts to 33. And also looking at Beaumont, now we're looking at winds out of the south at 30 miles an hour, gusts up to 40 as well. So this is something a little bit concerning, because look at the amount of rain we're seeing in around Liverpool and Galveston. Brazoria, Galveston, Matagorda counties under a flash flood warning until 1:45 local time. So many people underestimate the power of water. Meteorologist Alex Wilson shows you how to be safe should flood waters begin to rise.
When a flash flood warning is issued, here's what you should do in order to keep yourself safe. Have a plan in place. If conditions are worsening, gather your supplies, family, and pets, and leave the area before the flooding occurs. Being proactive can ensure your safety. Whether it's still or flowing water, do not walk, swim, or drive through the floodwaters. Turn around, don't drown. Water is extremely powerful. 6 inches can knock you off your feet. Just a foot of water is enough to float your car and sweep it away. If possible, stay off of bridges that span fast-moving water. Water can rise very quickly and wash bridges away without warning. If you get trapped in your car in a rapid torrent of water, stay in the vehicle until help arrives. If your car is filling up with water, move to the roof of the vehicle and signal for help. If you get trapped in a building that's being inundated with water, move to the highest level. Avoid closed attics or rooms without an exit, and only go to the roof if it's absolutely necessary. Follow these instructions to make sure you stay safe.
Hours ago, Nicholas brought strong winds and heavy rain to coastal Texas. As it approached, some trees were no match for the gusty winds. This video is out of Pearland, Texas, and just south of Houston. With the ground already so saturated along with the winds, we do anticipate a number of power outages now that Nicholas has made landfall. In fact, about 105,000 customers without power at the moment, and that will only continue to grow as we watch the worst of Nicholas continue to make its way on shore. So we are dealing with a Category 1 hurricane. The motion of this is excruciatingly slow, about 10 miles per hour, and this could slow down even more as it starts to interact a little bit with the land. And you can see as this approached making landfall, it really started to get its act together, and we saw that reflected in some of the higher wind speeds that then in turn prompted that upgrade from a tropical storm to a Category 1 hurricane. A storm surge warning in effect from Port O'Connor all the way up into the Louisiana-Texas border. We could see 3 to 5 feet of storm surge moving on to normally dry ground, and in some areas like near Treasure Island, that storm surge is already peaking around 4 feet. This is coinciding with high tide, so we could see that water rise even higher as we're seeing that really strong push of wind over the water, that wind-driven water. That's what storm surge is. So some of the top wind gusts that we've seen, there's that 95 miles per hour. That was in Matagorda Bay, 76 mile per hour sustained winds. Right now, we're still seeing some very strong wind gusts in the Galveston area, 52 miles per hour. That's one of our stronger wind gusts right now, and we will continue to see those winds continue to pick up, and that could lead to some more power outages across the area as we go through the overnight hours.
New customers get our best deals on all smartphones.
That's right. But what if I'm already a customer?
Oh, no problem. Hey, Cam.
Same deal.
Yeah, it's kind of our thing.
Oh, it's a great deal. What if I'm new to AT&T?
Cam, can...
Oh, nice.
Hey, but what about for existing customers?
Same deal.
Is he okay? It's not complicated to open your possibilities. With AT&T, everyone gets our best deals on every smartphone, like a Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G.
Some have a history of building the best trucks. But according to just about anybody who's handed out a trophy, Ram currently builds the best trucks. So if you're shopping for a truck today, here it is. If you're shopping in the past, well, good luck with that. That was then. This is Ram.
During Ram Power Days, get $3,550 in total values or get 0% financing for 72 months on Ram 1500.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
Your mission: stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious infections and blood clots, sometimes fatal, have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant while taking Rinvoq.
Take on RA. Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq.
Over into Louisiana, then by Thursday evening, look at this. This is an entire day that the remnants of Nicholas will just slowly work its way through Louisiana. You got to remember, all that center of circulation will continue to pile up water. And Molly, we still have the bands of rain that not only will be inundating southeast Texas, Louisiana, but even farther off to the east, places like Mississippi and Alabama.
And within that, we could have some tropical tornadoes as well. Well, street flooding yesterday in Lake Jackson on the Texas coast south of Houston. It's an ominous sign of a region prone to some serious flooding. More than 3.5 inches of rain falling here since yesterday at noon, and this is just the beginning. And this is really becomes the problem when you have some very heavy rainfall like that, 3 inches of rain that kind of lay the groundwork of a flash flooding event. So you already have saturated soil. Here comes all of this tropical moisture, additional moisture from Nicholas as it's now made landfall, and some of the heaviest rain is working its way onshore. Because of that, there is a flash flood watch that extends from just to the north of Victoria all the way over to New Orleans. Now, areas like Victoria, you'll notice that you were in the flash flood watch. Now you're not anymore because you're finding yourself on the western and weaker side of this very eastern loaded side storm. This area that you see in red, it's a high risk for flash flooding. And the Weather Prediction Center actually issues these risk categories, and a high risk is only issued about 4% of the days, but it accounts for 86% of all of the flood damage that happens in the United States. So you have to take these days really seriously. On top of that, we see a high number of fatalities that happen on high risk flash flooding days. Not only do they cause a lot of death, but also on top of that, it causes a lot of damage as far as some very expensive damage. And a lot of those flood-related deaths happen in vehicles when people try to get in their cars and drive through some of those flooded roadways. So we can't stress enough, don't try to go anywhere in the dark. You just cannot see how deep that water is. And before you head out the door this morning, maybe headed off to work, if you can't work from home, just make sure you check on those road conditions, because you might find some areas around you, the roads are impassable, that you really don't know until you get out on the roadways and then find yourself stuck. So live coverage of Nicholas continues next and all day right here on the Weather Channel. Don't forget to download the Weather Channel app and get all of the coverage live through your Fire TV, Roku, or Smart TV.
Get ready. Our most popular battery is even more powerful. The stronger, lasts longer Energizer Max.
Here's my new dress. What's that? Oh, Damp Rid.
Damp Rid? Damp Rid. It gets rid of musty odors.
How? Damp Rid attracts and traps excess moisture,
eliminating the source of musty odors.
Mustiness, gone.
Damp Rid. Whoa. How do they get these things to smell so good? Must be magic. Hefty Ultra Strong with Fabuloso scent.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
This is awesome.
The legend returns. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I got it. You got it. I want it. You want it.
When I want it, you got it. When you want it, I got it. I got it, yeah. When they want it, ain't want it, ain't want it. We got it, yeah.
On the farm is kind of laid back. Ain't much an old country boy like me can't hack. It's early to rise, early in the sack. a country boy. Well, a simple kind of life never did me no harm. Raising me a family and working on the farm. Days are all filled with an easy country charm. Thank God I'm a country boy. Well, I got me a fine wife, I got me old fiddle. When the sun's coming up, I got cakes on a griddle. Life ain't nothing but a funny, funny riddle. Thank God I'm a country boy.
Don't be fooled by the bike or judge him by his jacket. While Ted's eyes are on the road, his heart stays home. He's got Gloria and 10 grandbabies to prove it. But his back made weekend rides tough, so Ted called on the card that's even tougher. And the Medicare coverage trusted by more doctors. Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. By your side, no matter what. That's the benefit of Blue. Learn more at benefitofblue.com.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their families. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
New customers get our best deals on all smartphones.
That's right.
But what if I'm already a customer?
Oh, no problem. Hey, Cam.
Same deal.
Yeah, it's kind of our thing.
Oh, it's a great deal. What if I'm new to AT&T?
Cam, can...
Oh, nice.
Hey, but what about for existing customers?
Same deal.
Is he okay?
It's not complicated to open your possibilities. With AT&T, everyone gets our best deals on every smartphone, like a Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
And breaking right now, we have a tornado warning, and this is actually in Louisiana. Look, it's in Cameron Parish. That's until 2 o'clock a.m. and somewhat impressive as it pulls up on a radar here. You can actually see a bit of a hook there in the far southeastern, right there. A bit of a hook, a little inflow notch there, and this is racing off to the north and east rather quick, or north and west rather quickly. So again, tornado warning in Cameron Parish. That is until 2 o'clock a.m. As we take a look at the bigger perspective here, again, this is going to be something that I expect to see a little bit more of in the way of these tornadoes. You often see these tornado warnings and these tornadoes that tend to pop up for tropical systems, particularly to the north and to the east of the center circulation. So this may not be just one random one. This may be one of what we can see many. Let me pull out a little bit more and show you the bigger perspective here where the tornado warning is. And notice that we're talking, it's quite a bit of ways away from where the landfall is made and where all the heavy rainfall is. So we're going to continue to see little bandings here. I would not be surprised. We have a couple of other storms that could pop in these areas. Some of the outer bands that will continue to be the case, not only for this hour, but really for the remainder of the morning hours. And this could also linger into the rest of your Tuesday as well. So this is a tornado warning again for Cameron Parish in Louisiana. This is time to take cover immediately. A lot of times when you have these tornadoes in tropical systems, they are typically very quick in terms of the amount of time they're on the ground, 10, 15 minutes, and it'll spin back up again. Although this one does look rather impressive on radar as it does continue to move off quickly to the north and to the east. Let's take a look at the bigger perspective here, and I want to show you some of the numbers that we are seeing here as far as Hurricane Nicholas itself. And again, the heaviest rain continues to fall in areas down to the east and of the center circulation. Look at the amount of rain that continues to spread into Louisiana. This is why we're already seeing those tornado warnings. This is why we're also looking at, possibilities of not only rain from above, but also rain from below. And when I'm talking about rain from below, I'm talking more about the storm surge, how water can be inundating from the top and also from the bottom. Storm surge warning in effect from Port O'Connor, Texas, all the way close to the Louisiana border, then storm surge watch now also over into Cameron. So not only do you have to deal with the possibility for some tornadoes, now we're also looking at the possibility for some storm surge. So the worst is just starting to begin in Louisiana at this time. And Molly, yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about the amount of rainfall and the fact that now we're starting to see tornado warnings this early in the morning. A lot of people, of course, at home, they're sleeping, and now all of a sudden got to be dealing with these tornadoes.
Well, that's a good reason to have something that will wake you up through the overnight hours, an alarm on your phone, something that will tell you that there is a tornado warning in your area. Well, here's a live look at Birmingham, Alabama, as Hurricane Nicholas moves inland. It's expected to bring some tropical moisture into the state of Alabama. Those showers will increase by midweek and they will stick around. So we want to take you to Birmingham and look at some of those rainfall amounts. This is through Sunday, so we're talking about the next 5-6 days or so. And this is a broad brush. We're talking about 2 inches of rain widespread, but where you see these darker colors of green, maybe over by Jasper, back into Tuscaloosa on I-20, that's where we could see some locally higher amounts. We're talking maybe 3 inches of rain, potentially some areas that squeeze out 4 inches of rain. Just depends on how strong these bands are as they move through, as the remnants of Nicholas at that point are kind of absorbed by this front and pushed across Alabama as well as Georgia. So our really heavy rainfall amounts, of course, centered in portions of Texas and southern Louisiana, but 2 to 3 inches of rain, and Mississippi, 1 to 2 inches of rain for Alabama into Georgia. So this is what I was talking about. As Nicholas starts to move to the east, it'll get picked up by this cold front. It's not necessarily the most potent cold front. It's not that strong. It's weakening as it moves to the southeast, but it will start to draw some of that tropical moisture up to the north, and that's going to fuel a lot of these showers and thunderstorms. When you see that, typically you're looking at some very impressive rainfall rates. When you have those impressive rainfall rates, maybe 2 to 3 inches per hour, that's when you start to see those flash flooding issues. So keep your eye on Louisiana over into Texas and just look at how long the rain is expected to last. As we push this into Wednesday, we're still talking about rain in the same areas, and then even into Thursday, it is still raining over southern Louisiana, where we could see some of the heavier rainfall, Louisiana all the way over into Mississippi and southern Alabama, Todd. So a long way to go with this one.
That's right. And in fact, as the city of New Orleans continues to recover from Hurricane Ida, there's now a threat of more flooding from Nicholas. More than 1,000 people are still living in the state's shelters after Ida. And Nicholas is expected to slow those recovery efforts. Unfortunately, it just continues to get worse for Louisiana before things end up getting better for them as well. So this is something we're going to have to continue to keep our eye on as far as not only what is happening with Louisiana, but again, we're looking at the possibility for things like this, tornado warnings. I want to show you that tornado warning at least for one more time for Cameron Parish in Louisiana, where we're seeing that little cell there that had a bit of a hook early on. It was radar indicated, but again, this is something we're going to continue to watch. We're talking about Louisiana as a whole, and you can see over in New Orleans, and yeah, you can see a couple of these little cells out there that will now work off the Gulf and into Louisiana itself. This is going to be something we'll be seeing not only for a couple of hours, but we're talking even a day from now, even by Wednesday evening, we're going to see this massive rain continue to move in your direction. In addition, we'll see these little spin-up tornadoes, and that's going to continue to just make the recovery efforts much worse for Louisiana. The worst heavy rain right now is all in the southeast Texas, but again, the worst conditions then will push into Louisiana, where the flooding concerns will continue to be out there as well. So we're not quite done yet with how things are going to be as far as, well, not only with the storm surge, but also with things like this. The Torcon valleys for the remainder of your Tuesday will continue to be at a level of 2. I want to point out one more time that tornado warning that is in effect for Cameron Parish. There is that radar indicated. You can see live look at Houston right now. We have tornado warning in Louisiana. Houston, look at this. Look at those gusts and the amount of rain.
Before discovering Nexium 24-Hour to treat her frequent heartburn, Claire could only imagine enjoying chocolate cake. Now she can have her cake and eat it too. Nexium 24-Hour stops acid before it starts for all-day, all-night protection. Can you imagine 24 hours without heartburn?
When you're driving a Lincoln, stress seems to evaporate into thin air, which leaves us to wonder, where does it go? Does it get tangled up in knots? Or fall victim to gravity? Or maybe it winds up somewhere over the Bermuda Triangle. Perhaps you'll come up with your own theory of where the stress goes. Behind the wheel of a Lincoln is a mighty fine place to start.
I'm not getting through the pandemic just to end up with the flu.
I asked for Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent. It's the #1 used flu vaccine for people 65 and older.
Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent is the only vaccine approved by the FDA for superior flu protection in adults 65 plus.
I'm not letting my guard down.
Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent isn't for people who've had a severe allergic reaction to any flu vaccine or vaccine component, including eggs or egg products. Tell your healthcare professional if you've ever experienced severe muscle weakness after receiving a flu shot. People with weakened immune systems, including those receiving therapies that suppress the immune system, may experience lower immune responses. Vaccination may not protect everyone. Side effects include pain, redness and/or swelling where you got the shot, muscle ache, headache, and general discomfort. Other side effects may occur.
All flu shots are not the same. I raised my game with Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist for Fluzone High-Dose Quadrivalent.
When you order carry-out, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Choose Domino's Carside Delivery and put our new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
At Spectrum Business, we're so sure we offer the best value for business, we called our competitors to see if they could beat our 200 megabit internet and phone with no added phone taxes, no fees, and no contracts.
Thanks for calling.
These are their actual responses.
I would 100% go with Spectrum.
It really doesn't make too much sense to go with us.
Hear that? Spectrum Business is hard to beat. With 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month, all with no added phone taxes and fees.
How are they pulling a no fees and taxes? That's madness.
If you guys want to avoid being under a contract, Spectrum's really the way to go.
I'm going to be very honest with you. You're probably going to need to go with them.
Honestly, we couldn't say it better. Get 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month with over 99.9% network reliability. Call 833-919-2113. That's 833-919-2113.
Other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
The environment may be changing, but America's trust in the Weather Channel is not.
Currently in our area, 71 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Overnight, cloudy skies, low 70. Winds northeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tuesday, partly cloudy, high 81. Winds east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, a few clouds, low 73. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Live look at Galveston. Look at that. We are seeing the amount of rain and really the winds pushing a lot of the Gulf now over street there in Galveston, Texas. 74 degrees your temperature right now, but we are looking at some very high gusts as Nicholas did make landfall really just under an hour ago. Houston, now we're starting to see some bands of heavier rain and the gusts reaching you as well. So the worst is starting to happen. And unfortunately with Houston, of course, we are looking at the possibility of very high risk of flooding today and already looking at the possibility for tornadoes. We already have an active one going on right now in Louisiana. So this is just the beginning of what we're seeing. Let me show you the bigger perspective as far as the rainfall goes. And just this is what it looks like. A lot of rain, particularly to the east of the center of circulation from Nicholas, that made landfall about 49 minutes ago in around just off Matagorda, Texas. And you can see the heavier rain now approaching into Houston. And then there's that tornado warning in Louisiana. We'll get to that in a moment. I want to talk about the newest warning we have here. Flash flood warning, it's really for the same areas, just got extended for Brazoria, Galveston, and Harris counties now until 5:45 a.m. It's still looking at just this constant band of rain. This has been something we've been seeing for several hours. And unfortunately, this is the time that you certainly, obviously, do not want to be out and about out on the roadways, not only as it's raining now, but even after we're done raining. You can even see in around Freeport and even south there. We're not dealing with any rain, but the flash flood warning continues because that's all from all the rain we've seen recently, and the water really has nowhere to go. So this is a very dangerous situation for in around Galveston, and then heading back to that active tornado warning still in effect until 2 o'clock this morning for Cameron Parish. It is radar indicated, but when you look at velocity mode there, I'm going to rock this back just a little bit here, and I want to show you how you can actually see that spin pretty well. So this is going back just about a good 10-20 minutes here, and you can see that couplet actually a little decent there as far as that center of that tornado warning that did pop up. So we're going to continue to see that. Nuts and bolts of the whole thing. This is Hurricane Nicholas, 75-mile-an-hour hurricane right now, Cat 1, moving north-northeast at 10 miles an hour. This is going to be a number that we're going to see probably end up slowing down quite a bit. The location 20 miles to the northeast of Matagorda, Texas, and it continues to move off to the northeast again at 10 miles an hour. Widespread hurricane warnings remain in effect for areas in and around Freeport. Tropical storm warnings you can see extend all the way from Victoria to the Texas-Louisiana border, and I would not be surprised to see that expand a little bit farther off to the east as we head later on this Tuesday. Look at the extended forecast here as far as the forecast fan, and notice the slow movement head. By the time we hit later on this evening, the center of Nicholas may be down back to a tropical storm, but look at it, is barely moving at all, maybe just 50, 60 miles to the east of Houston. By the time we hit Wednesday evening, we're now talking about a full day and a half from now, the remnants could still be just barely into far southwest Louisiana, and then by Thursday evening, still in Louisiana. So we're talking about days of rain, ban after ban of rain. This is why we are very much concerned about not only flooding here, but also a bit of storm surge in around the Louisiana border, Somali. This is going to be an event. I'm really starting to get worried about the amount of rainfall we're going to be seeing in far southeast Texas, and particularly in Louisiana, that's still recovering from Hurricane Ida.
And it's going to be such a slow mover, and that's going to allow the rainfall to be torrential for a very long period of time. Well, the Texas coast feeling the impact of Nicholas for hours now, with heavy rain and gusting winds across coastal areas like Galveston and Texas City. All the while, emergency responders, including the volunteers of the Texas Search and Rescue Team, are preparing for daylight to see what kind of damage Nicholas has caused. And with wind speeds on order of what we're seeing right now, I mean, look in the Galveston area, close to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, some of the strongest that we've seen so far this evening. And that's not only allowing for some of that damage to take place with just the wind, but that's also associated with that really strong push of water on shore. So the storm surge, as we go over the next couple of hours, this is until 7 o'clock this morning, we're talking about the wind even stronger in some of these areas where Galveston could see upwards of 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Houston, 40 to 50 miles per hour. That will certainly knock out power in some areas. And the problem with that is that the ground is already saturated. We've seen several bands move on shore now, so it's kind of laid the groundwork for when the wind starts to move in. Those trees can fall very easily, as well as the power lines. Our wind gust forecast, we will see, yes, some stronger wind gusts as we go over the next 12 hours or so. And then on top of that, we're talking about a storm surge potential, particularly around the Port O'Connor area, just the south of Galveston. That's where we could see 3 to 5 feet of storm surge moving on to normally dry ground, and anywhere from Galveston all the way over to Cameron in Louisiana, we could see 2 to 4 feet of storm surge, 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. So that certainly is going to cause some problems on those immediate coastal areas. The rainfall still to come. It will be impressive. We're just at the very beginning of the rainfall for this one, Hurricane Nicholas, where we could see some isolated higher amounts, 8 to 12 inches of rain across the Lake Charles area, potentially 5 to 8 inches of rain with some locally higher amounts. You can see the heavy rain just now starting to move into Lake Charles, with the extremely heavy rain over by the Galveston area stretching back into the southern portions of Houston. I do want to leave you with this tornado warning still ongoing in Cameron Parish. This is radar indicated, but certainly the velocity looking impressive right there with those reds and greens touching. That's where we have potential rotation. You will not be able to see this in the rain.
Today, let's paint with New Bear Dynasty so that you can be proud of your walls.
Where's your furniture?
Oh, we thought it distracted from the new Bear Dynasty paint color. Let me take your coats.
Because Bear Dynasty only takes one coat.
Bear Dynasty.
Go ahead, throw your wine on it.
What?
Stain repellent.
It's also scuff resistant.
Introducing Bear Dynasty, the best of Bear, exclusively at the Home Depot.
3 roommates. 2 packs of Ben's Original Jasmine Rice. 1, 2, 3 social feeds. 3 real-life BFFs. We're all original recipes.
Seeing blood when you brush your floss can be a sign of early gum damage. New Parodontax Active Gum Repair kills plaque bacteria at the gum line to help keep the gum seal tight. New Parodontax Active Gum Repair Toothpaste.
I wonder how the firm's doing without its fearless leader. You sure you want to leave that all behind?
Yeah.
Stay restless with the RX, crafted by Lexus. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every shakaroni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
Since retirement, I've been trying a lot of new things with Frank's Red Hot. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat, like me. And it's great on all the recipes I've mastered. I put that on everything.
Pain happens in many forms, but that doesn't scare Blue Emu. Delivering fast-acting pain relief in a cream, spray, and lidocaine in a soft foam applicator. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink. Official partner of MLB and NASCAR.
Raw Power is an iron fist. Ram Power puts it in a velvet glove. Raw Power lifts with its legs. Ram Power also lifts with its brains. Raw Power gets it done. Ram Power does what's never been done before by anyone. Discover Ram Power during Ram Power Days.
Right now, get $3,550 in total values or get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2021 Ram 1500.
Today, things can be pretty unexpected. But your customers, they still expect things to be simple, and they want it all personalized.
Hey, Jamie!
With IBM, you can do both. Businesses like insurers can automate IT processes across clouds so agents can spend more time on customer needs. And whatever comes your way, you've got it covered, saving time and improving customer service. That's why so many businesses work
Thanks for the orange.
with IBM.
Cutie.
And welcome to our special live coverage of Hurricane Nicholas. I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And I'm meteorologist Molly McCullum. Breaking right now, Hurricane Nicholas has made landfall. We're talking about near the Matagorda area, just to the south of Freeport. That's where we saw this make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. It's still a Category 1 hurricane, sustained winds to 75 miles per hour. We are watching this bring not only torrential rainfall moving inland, but also those really strong wind gusts. About just over 110,000 customers without power in the state of Texas right now. And Todd, we only expect those numbers to increase.
That's right. In fact, we talked about the landfall. Well, Hurricane Nicholas did end up making landfall as well. We're taking a live look at Houston. Look at the amount of rain, and even more so now the gusts have arrived for you here in Houston. So this is just the beginning of what will be at least a couple of hours of some really nasty weather in Houston. And for some areas in southeast Texas, Louisiana, it could be days worth of rain that could really cause a major flooding out issues out there, as well as some power outages already. Look at that, 10 million people under flood alerts in Texas and Louisiana. Here's Galveston, and look at the wind-driven rain you can see going down the streets there as well. So, yeah, Galveston continues to get hit hard, currently under a flash flood warning, at least for the next couple of hours. And this is going to be something we'll be seeing a widespread area under flash flood warnings. Let me talk about bigger perspective here. Let's start at the very beginning as far as landfall. In fact, Hurricane Nicholas did make landfall just around 1 o'clock Central Daylight Time, Matagorda, Texas. It was a Category 1 hurricane, winds at 75 miles an hour, central pressure at 991 millibars. We take a look at Hurricane Nicholas currently, and it's moving off to the north-northeast at 10 miles an hour. The location, 20 miles northeast of Matagorda. But look at the amount of rain, and even more so, look at all the amount of cloud tops and the rain and all the energy that continues to push farther off to these. I want to show you this. This was actually a tornado-warned storm just about a minute ago, and that is now lifted. We are now in Louisiana, so a bigger perspective here shows that tornado-warning storm that was in Cameron Parish, Louisiana, that has now been allowed to expire, but I would not be surprised. We have more areas that will continue to be under tornado warnings that could pop up again. This is what you see often with these tropical systems. You'll see tornado-warned storms end up being popped up as well. One thing I also want to point out is the flash flood warning that is in effect right here for Brazoria, Galveston, and Harris counties, Texas. That has been allowed to be expanded at 5:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time, radar indicated. But this is just many hours of rain that we've seen in a short period of time. As far as the alerts go, still dealing with hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings. Tropical storm warnings do extend farther inland. Notice that Houston, good part of Harris County, under a tropical storm warning at this time. And the forecast fan, this is going to be a very slow mover. This is why flooding is going to be such a major concern for not only southeast Texas, but for Louisiana. We're talking about not just hours, we're talking days, Molly, that the remnants of Nicholas could work its way through Louisiana.
Oh, now that's a scary sound. Just listen to that wind whipping southeast Texas, now dealing with some of the impacts from Hurricane Nicholas, which made landfall a little over an hour or so ago. This is in Matagorda, where the tropical storm and storm surge warnings are in effect. The area is also under a flash flood watch through Tuesday. Now, you take some of those winds that you hear and then look at some of the wind speeds that we saw in Matagorda Bay. This was actually the highest one that we've seen in the storm so far. This was at a weather station in Matagorda Bay, 95-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 76-mile-per-hour sustained winds. It was actually that observation that prompted the National Hurricane Center to upgrade this from a tropical storm to a Category 1 hurricane. Now, when it comes down to it, there's really not that much difference between a 70-mile-per-hour strong tropical storm and a 75-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane. The impacts are almost identical, and the biggest impact we're talking about here with Nicholas is the flooding. The flooding, a huge concern. So there's a flash flood watch from just north of Victoria all the way over to New Orleans. Now, if you were noticing earlier, Victoria was actually included in that, and I know you're breathing a big sigh of relief because areas like Victoria, about 18 inches above average for your yearly rainfall. Now you're finding yourself on the western and weaker side of this, where you're not going to see much moisture out of this at all, because this is a heavily eastern loaded side storm, and that means a lot of the rain, a lot of the storms, even some of those tropical tornado spin-ups will be on the eastern side of this. Lake Charles, anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rain. And Lake Charles, I know you do not need any more rain. You are well above your yearly average rainfall. In fact, you're about 15 inches above, 15, 16 inches above that average rainfall. And so anything on top of that will just be falling on saturated soil. This is the European model, and of course it paints a much wetter picture for areas of the Calcasieu Parish all the way down to Cameron Parish, where we could see 12 to 18 inches of rain. The American model, a completely different story, and the differences that we're seeing in this right now is in the speed. The European model wants to make this so much slower as it progresses across Louisiana, and the American model wants to take this through a little bit faster. So, Todd, still some details to hammer out here, but regardless, we're talking about 5 to 8 inches of rain widespread, with some locally higher amounts potentially in the double digits.
And this is on top of what happened after Hurricane Ida, so that is obviously not a good good thing. As we head back to Texas, this is a live look at Houston, and conditions really have been heading downward in Houston, and unfortunately the power outages are now starting to rise all across Texas. A high risk of flooding in urban areas all across southeast Texas. There's a lot of cement, a lot of asphalt, and not a lot of places for the water to go in order to drain. So here's the perspective as far as Hurricane Nicholas goes and all the rain. And as Molly had talked about, is very eastern loaded. So the center circulation is right here, and yet all the heavy rain continues to spread farther off to the east. And that is why we're dealing with some major flooding concerns. As far as the wind gusts currently in Houston, look at that, 48 mile an hour tropical storm winds, at least as far as the gusts go. The sustained winds 32 miles an hour. Galveston Island, 41 mile an hour winds, gusts upwards of 58, and even over in the Bay City, 43 mile an hour winds, at least that are gusting this time. Take a look at that flash flood warning that was extended to 5:45 a.m. for Brazoria, Galveston, and Harris counties. And yeah, the worst conditions continue to be in around Galveston, but Freeport, just because you're not necessarily seeing rain falling anymore, does not mean you are out of the woods yet, for the simple fact that, well, we still have some very high water, and that's why we always talk about never driving through the flood waters. Look at the amount of power outages we're seeing now. 171,397 total outages in around southeast Texas. Again, the big area from Harris County over toward Freeport, even Galveston Island. So I would not be surprised we see this number continue to rise here in Texas as we head through the early morning hours here. And look at some of the local storm reports heading back early on near Monday. Magnolia Beach had a sustained wind of 40 miles an hour, gusts upwards of 32 miles an hour. Also over in Flower Buff, measured a wind gusts upwards of 45 miles an hour. These are just local storm reports of at least the winds. And again, we're going to continue to see these numbers continue to pile up. Let me show you, at least as far as Houston goes, the future radar, and you can see more rain continuing. Look at the Galveston, still dealing with some bands of rain even later on this morning. Here is what looks to be the center circulation of Nicholas, and we're still going to be seeing at least a couple of showers and storms through the rest of this Tuesday, finally beginning to taper off late this afternoon into the evening hours here in southeast Texas, Molly. But unfortunately, yeah, Nicholas could be causing bigger concerns farther off to the east.
Well, as Nicholas moves further inland, we will see rain impacts in places like Jackson, Mississippi, and all the way to Atlanta, Georgia. Jackson, now we may not see a lot of rain at one time, but that rain is going to be sticking around day after day after day this week. Atlanta, your rain chances and storm chances start tonight and also stick around every day this week, at least through Friday. So we're going to talk about those inland threats, but first I want to start off in the Houston area, Freeport up into Beaumont. That's where we have a high risk of flash flooding. This is issued by the Weather Prediction Center, and you only see a high risk day about 14, maybe 16 days out of the year on average. So these are a big deal, and the reason why is because we see 35% of yearly flood deaths that happen on high risk days. So not only are they very deadly, but they're also very costly, very expensive. In fact, 86% rather, of U.S. flood damage actually happens on high-risk days. So a lot of reasons to take this seriously. You can see those higher rainfall amounts down by Texas as well as Louisiana, but areas like Jackson stretching over into Birmingham, Tuscaloosa could pick up 2 to 3 inches of rain, and that's widespread. We could see some locally higher amounts, maybe 4 or 5 inches of rain. It just depends on how strong these remnants are as they move through Mississippi, Alabama, up into Georgia. I'm concerned about Mississippi, and here is why. This is the soil moisture. So we have a much wetter soil in portions of Mississippi over into western Alabama. The reason why is Hurricane Ida just moved through. The soil is still extremely saturated. So anything you put on top of that, it's basically like pouring water on top of a wet sponge. It just can't absorb anymore. It's immediately going to become runoff. Where does that runoff typically happen? Well, you're talking about streets, and then people will get in their cars and try to drive in those streets. That's where we have a lot of problems. So Nicholas is going to be moving to the east. It's going to get combined with this front. It's not a particularly strong front, but when these two features combine, we can see some enhanced rainfall amounts and some rates across Alabama as well as Georgia. Todd?
And the slow movement of Nicholas is going to be causing issues in places like Louisiana. You just got to go back not that long ago, from August 31st to September 1st, when we had to deal with Ida and all the devastation that happened in Louisiana. And now we're bracing for the tropical moisture from Nicholas. It's going to be the biggest threat here. As far as the rain goes, they're already talking about 119,000 Louisiana residents without electricity, and that's after Ida. Flash Watch continues this morning. Take a look at at least the current outages. Now we're about 96,000 outages here in Louisiana. Lafourche Parish being the highest amount here. In fact, the outages, you can see how that actually does change. It does change live, so it will be continuing to move either upwards or downwards. And unfortunately, I think for Louisiana's sake, it's going to be moving upwards as we head in the next couple of days. European model looking at the rainfall to come through the rest of this week through Friday, and we're looking at some high amounts, 3 to 5 inches of rain. And like Molly was talking about, we really don't have any place for this water to go. So it's not going to take much in order to see the water rising again, even with 3 to 5 inch amounts, 5 to 8 inches right around the I-10 corridor in through Baton Rouge over toward Lafayette. And could even see some higher amounts. The GFS model, the U.S. model, a little bit less as far as the aggressiveness, as far as the amount of rainfall. But we're still looking at the possibility of 2 to 3, upwards of 5 inches of rainfall. So out of the two scenarios, the GFS model seems to have the best case scenario. And even then, we're still talking about the possibility between 2 and 5 inches of rain over an area that just got hit hard from Hurricane Ida. And now we're dealing with a couple of the outer bands already sparking a tornado warning early on, really just about 10, 15 minutes ago into Cameron Parish, Louisiana. No active warnings at this time, but I would not be surprised if we start seeing more and more warnings begin to pop up. Let me show you future radar for New Orleans. And again, a couple of bands here and there, a couple of spotty showers and storms. But watch as we head late this morning into the afternoon hours. Now things start getting going. Now we're going to...
Currently in our area, 71 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tuesday, intervals of clouds and sunshine. High 81. Winds east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy skies early will become partly cloudy late. Low 73. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Wednesday, partly cloudy. Record high temperatures expected. High 86. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
When it comes to covering the most important issue facing us and our Earth, one day does make all the difference. Now, the Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. For what's now and what's next, rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Well, we have a live look at Galveston, and you can see the worst conditions happening right now. Flash flood warning does continue. It does include Galveston. You can see the rain-blown wind there, the wind-blown rain, as well as the heavy surf out there on the right side of your screen. Winds still gusting upwards of 50, 55 miles an hour. Another look at Galveston. Look at that, shaking the camera there, and you can really get a better idea about those winds, especially on the street. You can see the ripples of the water heading really toward the camera there. We'll go along with the heavy amount of rainfall. Good to see that there's no one out driving right now. Certainly do not want to be doing that, particularly with that flash flood warning going on. And oh, by the way, a Category 1 hurricane still overhead. Another look at Galveston. We got it. It's just going to be looking to be worse out there in southeast Texas. So let me show you a perspective here. Now, each tropical system is going to be different from one another. You can go back and you can try and compare one to another, but the one thing I want to point out here is how southeast Texas and northwest Louisiana has had a history of a lot of rainfall with a lot of tropical systems. We just have to go back just a couple years ago, 2017, hard to forget this one, with Hurricane Harvey and just the widespread amount of rain. We're talking feet of rain that have fallen in southeast Texas, just absolutely historic, catastrophic rainfall from Hurricane Harvey. And again, That was just about 4 years ago that happened. Looking back to Imelda rainfall totals, again, we're still looking over a foot and a half of rainfall, a couple of pockets here, upwards of 20 inches of rain from Imelda. And then also looking at Tropical Storm Allison, we're going 20 years ago, and same type of thing, a foot and a half, almost 2 feet of rain in spots. Again, really hitting the same areas over from Houston to Galveston to Beaumont. Some areas in the Lake Charles being hit hard, and it looks like with Nicholas, we're going to be seeing the same type of thing as far as areas being hit hard by rain. Now, are we going to be seeing the amount of rain that we had for Harvey? No, but we are going to still be seeing a lot of rainfall, especially to the south of the city, where we're already seeing 3 to 5 inches of rain over the last 48 hours, and obviously more is on the way. Farther off to the north and west, though, notice we're only seeing a couple of hundredths of an inch of rain. So this is really centered from downtown Houston into southern parts of Harris County. You can still see the winds gusting Galveston, 58-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Galveston, 40-mile-an-hour gusts in Houston out of the due east. And you can also see that flash flood warning that currently is in effect. That you can see the heavy rainfall for a place like Liverpool and Galveston. Flash flood warning continues for Brazoria, Galveston, and Harris counties until 5:45. And again, this could easily be extended again a little bit farther off to the east, because notice how the banding of rain, it's not moving. The same areas continue to get hit hard by rain, and still to come, at least through Wednesday, upwards of 5 inches, particularly to the east of the I-45 corridor. So many people underestimate the power of water. Meteorologist Alex Wilson shows you how to be safe should flood waters begin to rise.
When a flash flood warning is issued, here's what you should do in order to keep yourself safe. Have a plan in place. If conditions are worsening, gather your supplies, family, and pets, and leave the area before the flooding occurs. Being proactive can ensure your safety. Whether it's still or flowing water, do not walk, swim, or drive through the floodwaters. Turn around, don't drown. Water is extremely powerful. 6 inches can knock you off your feet. Just a foot of water is enough to float your car and sweep it away. If possible, stay off of bridges that span fast-moving water. Water can rise very quickly and wash bridges away without warning. If you get trapped in your car in a rapid torrent of water, stay in the vehicle until help arrives. If your car is filling up with water, move to the roof of the vehicle and signal for help. If you get trapped in a building that's being inundated with water, move to the highest level. Avoid closed attics or rooms without an exit, and only go to the roof if it's absolutely necessary. Follow these instructions to make sure you stay safe.
Great advice there from Alex Wilson. Hours ago, Nicholas brought strong winds and heavy rain to coastal Texas. As it approached, some trees were no match for the gusty winds. This video is out of Pearland, Texas, just south of Houston. With ground already so saturated along with the winds, we do anticipate a number of power outages now that Nicholas has made landfall. In fact, about over 110,000 customers without power, and that number is continuing to grow. So here's the latest with Hurricane Nicholas. If you're just waking up and joining us, you're thinking, hey, I thought it was a tropical storm. Well, this was upgraded to a Category 1 hurricane right before it made landfall. The thing that is so scary about Nicholas right now is the motion of this. So it's only moving at about 10 miles per hour. And the reason that makes this scary is because that is not only prolonging the wind and that wind-driven water with the surge, but it's also prolonging the rainfall. This is torrential rainfall moving through. We still have wind gusts close to 60 miles per hour in Galveston. Storm surge warning from Port O'Connor all the way up to the Louisiana-Texas border, where we could see at the highest points 3 to 5 feet of storm surge moving on to normally dry ground. Galveston, you've already had your high tide, but the tide is still fairly high as we're moving into low tide, which doesn't happen until this afternoon. So we're seeing some of the highest storm surge coinciding with some of the higher tides. That will make the water levels a little bit higher. On top of that, we also have a tornado threat, and that will extend for a significant portion of today. So from the Houston area all the way over to New Orleans, that's where we could see these tornadoes. They're tropical in nature, and they'll spin up very quickly. They can do some damage very quickly as well. Most of these are associated with those supercells, and they can be pretty far away from the center of the storm. So keep on guard as we go throughout the day, because we likely will see a few.
Frank is a fan of fast. He's a fast talker, a fast walker. And for unexpected heartburn, Frank...
Which leaves us to wonder, where does it go? Does it get tangled up in knots? Or fall victim to gravity? Or maybe it winds up somewhere over the Bermuda Triangle. Perhaps you'll come up with your own theory of where the stress goes. Behind the wheel of a Lincoln is a mighty fine place to start.
Do your best and learn from failure. Now and then you know it takes a little more time. Just know it always starts with a spark, a light in the dark, a beat in your heart, unbreakable.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson.
This is J Country. Our goal is to find that $1 million boulder. I will dig till my hands bleed.
That's so sketchy, dude.
Anything can shut you down.
It's almost like we know what we're doing.
And we are looking live at Galveston, and we are starting to see some big issues here in Galveston, not only with the rain, but also with a big, strong push of water, particularly in the western side of Galveston Bay. We'll get to that in a moment, but you can see the wind-driven rain there on your screen, so the conditions continue to be worse. Galveston currently under a flash flood warning at this time. We're also looking at, look at that perspective there. My goodness, the amount of water that is over normally dry ground there. That is what we are talking about with that flash flooding. And we're looking at some dangerous conditions, already seeing the ripples of wind-blown rain there on what looks to be a street, but now is covered with water. Welcome back to our special live coverage of Hurricane Nicholas. I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And I'm meteorologist Molly McCullum. Breaking overnight, Nicholas gaining strength just a few hours ago and has made landfall along the Texas coast. Here's what we know at this hour. Nicholas is now a Category 1 hurricane, and more than 8 million people are under tropical alerts. More than 9 million people are under a flash flood watch along the Texas coast. The Houston Independent School District has canceled all in-person and virtual classes for today. Louisiana State Governor John Bel Edwards has declared a state of emergency ahead of Nicholas. And Todd, the power outages just continue to soar in Texas. We're up to 188,000 customers without power, and that number has just skyrocketed in the last hour.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised if we continue to see that number continue to rise, particularly in Brazoria County, over toward the southern parts of Harris County, and then they'll also begin to extend a little bit farther off to the east. Current numbers on Hurricane Nicholas: 75-mile-an-hour sustained winds, Category 1 hurricane, moving north-northeast at 10 miles an hour. This number here is going to be something we're going to be seeing drop over the next several hours, but even more so next day or so, as Nicholas is expected to really begin to slow its forward motion, and that will really begin to dump a lot of rain in a short period of time, where flooding is going to be a major concern. Widespread area still under tropical storm warnings from really Victoria over toward Port Arthur, and the hurricane warning still in around Freeport. Look at some of these numbers here as far as the wind gusts. Galveston 41-mile-an-hour winds, but gusts upwards of 58 miles an hour. Beaumont seeing gusts up to 26. Even Houston downtown itself, 30-mile-an-hour gusts. One thing I want to point out here is the storm surge flooding, and some of the numbers here, again, some of these numbers may be on again, off again, depending on where the sensors are. But I want to point an area right here, the western side of Galveston Bay. We are continuing to see the water begin to pile up. Starting to see reports now of some flooding going on right along the immediate shore there. So widespread flooding is going to be a big thing. Not only are we seeing the heavy rain, but now we're starting to see that storm surge flooding on top of that. That's one of the reasons why we're starting to see images like we saw at Galveston, where water has now completely covered the road. So storm surge warnings and watches do continue for southeast Texas and the far southwest. Louisiana, well, we just got out of a high tide over into Galveston, Molly, and now it's going to take its time heading toward low tide. You can see that arrives Not until 4:35 local time. So, yeah, we still have some very high water to deal with, not only coming from the air, but also from the ground.
Well, thank you, Todd. New video out of Matagorda, Texas. Hurricane Nicholas making landfall along the Texas coast earlier this morning. And just listen to that wind. If you've ever been through a hurricane, you know that sound so well. It almost sounds like a freight train at times. The wind is so strong. And if you're inside and you can hear that wind blowing past your windows, maybe shaking your roof, it just sounds very eerie. And likely many of you hearing those winds right now. Well, it's not just the wind we're concerned about, it's also the flash flooding. We have the storm surge, but on top of that, we have torrential tropical downpours. So we have a flash flood watch out for a significant chunk of real estate from Freeport all the way over to New Orleans. I do want to draw your attention to this area in red. This is a high risk for flash flooding through this morning, and that is issued by the Weather Prediction Center, the WPC. They only issue high risk days, maybe about 14 to 16 days out of the entire year. So you have to take these seriously. As you wake up and get ready to start your Tuesday morning, make sure you check those road conditions before you head out the door, because a really high number of flood fatalities actually happen in cars. And if you can wait until the sun comes up, that's even better, because if you're trying to drive around in the dark, it's impossible to see just how deep that water is out on the roadways, or if it's impassable, or if there's even a road still there. Some of the rainfall amounts that we've seen so far have been impressive right along the Galveston Bay area down to Matagorda. That's where we've seen close to 5 inches of rain so far, and those rainfall totals are continuing to climb as Nicholas moves inland.
Within this hallowed bowl is the grain of all time. Heart healthy, no artificial flavors, and ready in minutes. It's epic apples and cinnamon by the spoonful. Quaker Oats, a super trusted superfood.
Guy Fieri. You know, if you want to make that sandwich the real deal, you got to focus on the bread layers. King's Hawaiian sliced bread makes everything better.
Honey, why is Guy Fieri in our kitchen?
I don't know. I'm booking you a one-way ticket to Flavortown with a King's Hawaiian meatball sub. I gotta go. Your neighbor needs King's Hawaiian bread.
Everything's better between King's Hawaiian bread.
Hey, I got you. Guy Fieri.
The Live Better You program basically just provides the answer to the question, what if? With Live Better You, my what ifs were erased.
You've been taking mental health meds and your mind is finally in a better place. Except now you have uncontrollable body movements called tardive dyskinesia, TD, and it can seem like that's all people see. Some meds for mental health can cause abnormal dopamine signaling in the brain. While how it works is not fully understood, Ingrezza is thought to reduce that signaling.
Ingrezza is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with TD movements in the face and body. People taking Ingrezza can stay on their current dose of most mental health meds. Don't take Ingrezza if you're allergic to any of its ingredients. Ingrezza may cause serious side effects, including sleepiness. Don't drive, operate heavy machinery, or do other dangerous activities until you know how Ingrezza affects you. Other serious side effects include potential heart rhythm problems and abnormal movements.
Shift the focus more on you. Ask your doctor about Ingrezza. It's simple. 1 pill, once daily. #1 prescribed for TD. Learn how you could pay as little as $0 at Ingrezza.com.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Pringles Original, barbecue, pizza, the barbecue pizza stack.
Where is everyone?
Pringles, endless flavors to stack.
Did you know faded, dingy, and rough fabrics are often caused by layers of residue trapped inside? Things like hard water metals, odors, and oils. Try 9 Elements laundry detergent and purifying softener. Its vinegar-powered clean is like detoxifying your clothes. And it's never made with more than 9 ingredients. Try 9 Elements. More than a clean, a cleanse.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
All right, well, the worst conditions right now. Get a lot of looks here from Galveston, Texas. Look at the rain, the wind-blown rain, and then also look at the amount of wash that's going really from the bay and the Gulf that's now spreading out over the roadways here. So we're looking at some really bad conditions. Look at this camera. My goodness. Galveston again. And you can actually see the ripples of the water that is now taken over the really all the street there. And you can see the ripples actually coming at the camera there. The gusty winds go along with the amount of heavy rainfall. Same thing here. Everything we're looking at is inland. We're actually looking at what normally would be dry ground, and now we're seeing the wind-blown rain and just some bad conditions, particularly in around Galveston. I want to show you some of the numbers here as far as what happened today and what happened, at least for you Monday, as far as Hurricane Nicholas made landfall in Matagorda, Texas, as Category 1 storm. Wind 75 miles an hour. Pressure was at 991 millibars when it did make a landfall. As we take a look at well, what's happening now, not a lot of movement with Hurricane Nicholas. Now, one thing I want to point out, though, look at the intensity of with the infrared here, and you can see how we're seeing those dark magentas and dark reds are starting to give way a little bit, and now we're seeing a little bit more in way of oranges and lighter reds. So it does look like we're starting to see some minor weakening, but it does not mean that the system itself is any less dangerous because it's not moving forward very quickly, only at 10 miles an hour. So flash flood warnings do continue. The same areas that have been hit hard with rain several hours ago continue to get hit hard with rain right now, and now starting to spread into southern parts of Louisiana, where we did already have a tornado warning just over an hour or so ago. Flash flood warning continues for Brazoria, Galveston, Harrison counties until 5:45 local time here in Texas. And again, notice the amount of rainfall that continues to fall in Galveston, and even in Freeport. You may not be seeing much in the way of rain anymore, but you're still under that flash flood watch. Look at the estimated amount of rain we've seen in the last 6 hours, and the big bullseye there. 6 hours of rain, look at that. Basically averaging almost about an inch of rain per hour, and there's still more to go for Galveston Island, at least in the far southwest part of Galveston Island. So worse conditions going on there. And a little bit farther off to the east, Molly, we're actually starting to see the worst conditions for Louisiana. I talked about that previous tornado warning. Well, the Torcon Valley of today of 2. This is very indicative of these tropical systems where you are going to see these little spin-up tornadoes, particularly to the north and east of the center of circulation. And Louisiana had one early on. I would not be surprised to see a few more as we head through this Tuesday.
You know what, Todd? Almost every single landfalling system we've had so far this year, and by the way, Nicholas is number 8 in the United States. We've seen tropical tornadoes, so it's not a matter of if they're going to happen. Really, it's just a matter of when they're going to spin up. So be on guard throughout the day today, because we likely will see a few, especially in Louisiana. So this is a very eastern loaded side storm. I mean, you look just to the west of Houston, and there's not much rain at all ongoing there. This spreads across Louisiana up into portions of Mississippi. So we're talking about areas inland now. So where will Nicholas be headed after it's done with Louisiana as well as Texas? Well, it's going to take its time. Todd mentioned that it's an extremely slow mover right now, only moving at 10 miles per hour. That slow speed will continue for the next few days, but eventually this will spread into states like Mississippi, over into Alabama, Birmingham, up into Atlanta, Georgia, where we could see 1 to 2 inches of rain. So it's not just Nicholas that we're talking about. This is also going to be combining with a cold front that's going to be sweeping from northwest to southeast. It's not a really strong cold front, but it is going to provide a little extra lift, a little extra oomph to the atmosphere to pull a lot of that tropical moisture to the north. And anytime that we see a frontal system and a tropical system combine, that can lead to some enhanced rainfall as well as some enhanced rainfall rates. So as we move into the future, keep your eye on Louisiana, over into Texas and southern Mississippi, because this is Wednesday. It's still raining in some of the same areas because of the slow motion of this. As we push into Thursday, it's still raining in Louisiana, but a lot of that heavy rain is now stretching over into Mississippi as well as into Alabama. And it's areas like Mississippi where the soil moisture, it's already super saturated from Ida moving through. So anything, Todd, on top of this is just going to become runoff very, very quickly. And that's the concern when the runoff starts to run off on the roadways, and then we have trouble with cars driving through those flooded waters.
Absolutely. Even though you're itching to try and get out, the last thing you want to do is head through those flood waters in a car. You take a look at what happened with New Orleans, still recovering from Hurricane Ida, and Now the threat of more flooding from Nicholas. More than 1,000 people, several thousand people are still living in state shelters after Ida. And Nicholas is expected to slow those recovery efforts really not only for the rest of today, but again for tomorrow. Flash flood watch goes into effect later on today and will continue until at least your Thursday as well. Let me show you. We've been talking about Louisiana a lot. Let's talk specifically about New Orleans. And already starting to see a couple of these little clusters of storms pop up. A heavier amounts in the southwest Louisiana, but in around New Orleans, it really hasn't been that bad yet. But as Molly was talking about, we're talking days of rain. Watch what happens as far as the future radar. We'll see those hit or miss showers and storms later on this morning, but watch what happens toward this afternoon. That's when we start seeing more widespread clusters, some of these outer bands from Nicholas coming through. And this is where the heavy rain in a short period of time will happen starting early this afternoon. Here we are. 6 o'clock, and again, this is just a guidance, doesn't mean to be exactly like this, but again, look at the amount of rain, look at all these storms that could pop up, and any one of these could still have those spin-up tornadoes with these tropical systems. Here we are by tomorrow morning, same type of thing. It is still raining, not just raining a little bit, it could be raining very heavily until finally we start seeing the remnants of this trying to come to an end by late in the day on Wednesday into early on Thursday. So rainfall amounts anywhere from 4 to 5 inches. But again, this water really has nowhere to go from here. That's why the flooding concerns will certainly be out there as well. Let's take a look at Galveston again. Worst conditions happening right now, currently under a flash flood warning.
New customers get our best deals on all smartphones.
That's right.
But what if I'm already a customer?
Oh, no problem. Hey, Cam.
Same deal.
Yeah, it's kind of our thing.
Oh, it's a great deal. What if I'm new to AT&T?
Cam, can...
Oh, okay, nice.
Hey, but what about for existing customers?
It's the same deal.
It's the same.
Is he okay?
It's not complicated to open your possibilities. With AT&T, everyone gets our best deals on every smartphone, like a Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Meet the 4-year-old who refused to wear pants this morning. Why, Andy?
I'm a dinosaur.
Won't wear pants. We'll eat Eggo waffles.
Get your wins where you can when you Lego with Eggo.
There's an America we build and one we explore. One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Jeep, there's only one.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Tide Pods Ultra Oxy one-ups the cleaning power of liquid.
Can it one-up whatever they're doing?
For sure.
Seriously?
One-up the power of liquid, one-up the toughest stains. Any further questions? One-up the power of liquid with Tide Pods Ultra Oxy.
Do you use Viagra or Cialis? Have you been thinking about trying Viagra or Cialis? What if we could promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for Viagra, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pill delivers the exact same results for less than $3. We'll do the math for you. You save more than $16 a pill for the same results. Want more? We'll give you 40 blue pills or 40 yellow pills for $99 and add 4 more pills free. You save more than $500. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know what to do next. You need to call us right now and get your 44 pills for just $99. Stop overpaying for Viagra. Call us and start saving a ton of money for the exact same results. Ordering is fast and easy with your pills delivered to your door in an unmarked package.
Call us right now, 800-340-9947, 800-340-9947. That's 800-340-9947.
And its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here, the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 71 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tuesday, intervals of clouds and sunshine. High 81. Winds east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tuesday night, mostly cloudy skies early will become partly cloudy late. Low 73. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Wednesday, partly cloudy. Record high temperatures expected. High 86. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And welcome back. We are looking at a live hit of Houston and getting hit hard with rain. The gusts there, you can see the camera shaking a bit as we're starting to see Hurricane Nicholas continue to ravage part of the southeast Texas coast. The worst weather, the heaviest rains over into Galveston, where we've been seeing not only heavy rainfall, but also starting to see a bit of that storm surge as well. So, yeah, things are getting much worse into Texas, and it does look like that will continue to spread farther off the east. One thing I want to point out, these power outages continue to rise. Now a good chunk of Harris County starting to see that go along with Brazoria County. Total outages now up to 217,496. And again, every time I keep looking at this number, it keeps rising. There you go, 233,000. So it was always going to be, it will continue to rise as well, all the heavy rain and, well, a lot of the winds are going to be continuing to knock out power. So this is a really dangerous time for the simple fact that now you're dealing with the middle of the night. Now you're dealing with losing power. And it does look like it's really things have just gotten worse over the last several hours. Notice just the current outages as it is right now. And it didn't take long for these outages to begin to skyrocket, really starting about 10 o'clock local time in Texas and now up to 233,000. And I would assume that every time we go back to this graphic, those numbers will continue to grow. In Southeast Texas, bigger perspective here. Here is Hurricane Nicholas, still Category 1 hurricane. We have the next full complete advisory coming out of the National Hurricane Center about a good hour from now, and we'll see whether or not it does stay as a hurricane or strong tropical storm, but that doesn't really change the impacts that are happening to you right now. As you take a look at the imagery, you can see that at least early on, after landfall, it's starting to see, notice how we're starting to see the intensity of these colors starting to wind down a bit. A little bit more of the upper level shear starting to take a lot of the energy farther off to the east. But again, it is a slow mover, moving northeast at 10 miles an hour. So a lot of times when you look at these systems, it's easy to focus in on whether it's a hurricane or a tropical storm, but there's so many other factors like how fast this storm is moving, how much rainfall is going to come our way. And that is why flooding will be a major concern. Still have some hurricane warnings and tropical storm warnings out. I wouldn't be surprised if that hurricane warning eventually does get dropped, but we still have widespread tropical storm warnings. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the main concern from Nicholas, is the amount of rainfall in areas that do not need any more rain, that flood very easily. And we're looking from later on this morning, most likely dropping down to a tropical storm perhaps later on this morning. But look, by the time we hit this evening, we could be talking about the center of circulation maybe 50, 60, 70 miles to the east of Houston. That is not a lot of movement for this tropical storm. By the time we hit tomorrow evening, we're talking Wednesday evening, it could just be barely working its way into across the Texas border into Louisiana. So we're talking about not just hours of rain and gusts, but we're talking about days, day and a half, and then that will push into Louisiana, an area that got hit hard with Ida. So this is really a dangerous situation as far as the amount of rainfall we are seeing out of this, Molly. And that's why we're very much concerned about this, not necessarily in terms of it, whether or not it's a tropical storm or a hurricane, but more in the fact that this is going to be such a big rainmaker in an area that does flood very easily.
The motion of that storm is going to make all the difference. And who sees the heaviest rainfall? Well, Hurricane Nicholas already causing some damage along the Texas coast. Check out the awning at this gas station in Matagorda last night. The heavy metal structure is bobbing up and down, and it can only until it can't stay upright any longer. So We typically see these blow over first with the rain, with the wind rather. The wind picks them up very quickly and can topple them. So unfortunately, we are seeing this level of damage in Matagorda, and it's actually this area that have seen the strongest wind gusts so far, up to 95-mile-per-hour wind gusts that happen in the Matagorda harbor. That's just to the north of Port O'Connor. 76-mile-per-hour sustained winds. It's actually the observation near the Matagorda area that prompted the National Hurricane Center to upgrade this to a Category 1 hurricane. And you're getting a look, some of the first images that we've seen out of the Matagorda area with vehicles toppled over. We've got large trees toppled over, obviously some structural damage as well. And as the sun continues to come up, it looks like some significant water rise as well. As the sun continues to come up, we'll get a better idea of some of the damage in some of these areas, but we're still in the heart of it right now. We still have some extremely strong wind gusts in the Galveston area, close to 60 miles per hour, and it's stayed close to 60 miles per hour for the last 2 hours or so. And we could see some stronger winds as we go over the next few hours, up to 75-mile-per-hour winds possible. These stronger winds will move into the Beaumont area before moving into Lake Charles, where we could see some wind gusts 30, 35 miles per hour, potentially 40 miles per hour. Do watch out for some of those bands that move on shore in Louisiana, too, because those could have some stronger wind gusts within those stronger pockets of thunderstorms. On top of that, because we still have the really strong wind at this point and we have that wind-driven water, surge is still very much a threat. So from Port O'Connor up into the Galveston area, Galveston Bay, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge moving on to normally dry ground. The highest observation I've seen so far near the Treasure Island area, peaking at about 4 feet. And these are just areas that we have gauges, so we could have some higher water levels in other areas. We are not done with the rain, and we have a long way to go with the rainfall. And this is going to be a multi-day event where we could see some areas top out in double-digit rainfall totals, widespread 5 to 8 inches of rain with some isolated higher amounts.
Domino's is giving away $15 million in surprise frees.
Other delivery apps add surprise fees. At Domino's, we're giving out surprise frees instead. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free food.
I love it.
From Domino's.
The Live Better You program basically just provides the answer to the question, what if? With Live Better You, my what ifs were erased.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Hey, Lily, I need a new wireless plan for my business, but all of my employees need something different.
Oh, we can help with that. Okay, imagine this, your mover, Rob. He's on the scene and needs a plan with a mobile hotspot. We cut to downtown. Your sales rep, Lisa, has to send some files. Like ASAP.
So basically, I can pick the right plan for each employee.
Yeah, I should have just led with that.
With AT&T Business, you can pick the best plan for each employee and get the best deals on every smartphone.
I order my groceries online now.
Shingles doesn't care. I keep my social distance. Shingles doesn't care.
I stay within my family bubble.
Shingles doesn't care. Because if you've had chickenpox, you're already carrying the virus that causes shingles. In fact, about 1 in 3 people will develop shingles, and the risk only increases as you age. So what can protect you against shingles? Shingrix protects. Now you can protect yourself from shingles with a vaccine proven to be over 90% effective. Shingrix is a vaccine used to prevent shingles in adults 50 years and older. Shingrix does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients or to a previous dose. An increased risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome was observed after vaccination with Shingrix. The most common side effects are pain, redness and swelling at the injection site, muscle pain, tiredness, headache, shivering, fever, and upset stomach. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about protecting yourself with Shingrix. Shingles doesn't care, but we do.
If your underwear feels like this, dun 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 dun, la da 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 da, dun 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 dun, da 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 da, da 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 da. Get buck naked. The most comfortable underwear there is. Only at Duluth Trading.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and now with 2 new flavors.
You're looking live at Houston. Right now you can see the winds shaking. Hurricane Nicholas made landfall just a couple hours ago, and we're starting to see the heavier gusts and heavier rain hitting downtown Houston at this time. Some cars out there at the moment. But that's something that you may not want to be doing, particularly the south side of the city, because we're seeing some very heavy rainfall. And we're looking at some dangerous conditions in southeast Texas that will be spreading into Louisiana as well. Welcome to our special live coverage of Hurricane Nicholas. I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And I'm meteorologist Molly McCullum. Breaking right now, Hurricane Nicholas has made landfall. You're looking live at Galveston here. You can see a lot of that water out on the roadways. Not too many cars out there, and that's great if you could stay at home. That would be the ideal situation, because if you try to get out and drive through some of these roadways, you just cannot see how deep the water is at night, and you can't even see if there's a road still there. So this is also Galveston, and I think this is a better image that you can see kind of the wind-driven rain at this point. Some of the highest wind gusts that we have right now are coming out of the Galveston area, close to 60 miles per hour. And we've also seen, Todd, some significant storm surge in the Galveston Bay.
Yeah, in fact, especially on the west side of the Galveston Bay, we're starting to see the winds. You got to remember, we're seeing sustained winds. Look at that image out of Galveston. That is water on what would be that's a road. You can actually see the road. It's hard to see how deep that water is at this time, but this is why we are so concerned about water, particularly storm surge. Not only are you dealing with rain from above, but now you're dealing with water that's being pushed in from the Gulf. And also another look at Galveston, Texas. And with this, a bigger perspective here where you can see the amount of heavy rainfall. And again, the water is rising not only from the rain, but also from that storm surge. So, well, let's talk about what ended up happening. Landfall made near Matagorda, Texas. That was right after about 1 o'clock this morning, Central Daylight Time. It was a Category 1 hurricane. Winds 75 miles an hour, pressure at 991 millibars. So that was the official numbers there. Current conditions right now on Hurricane Nicholas, 75 miles an hour, sustained winds, northeast movement, forward movement at 10 miles an hour. That is a main number here. I know a lot of times it's so easy to look at, hey, it's a hurricane or it's a tropical storm, but particularly with this system, I'm becoming more and more concerned about how fast it is moving forward, because it does look like a lot of models are indicating that Nicholas will begin to very slow it's a forward speed, and that will continue to bring the amount of rainfall, heavy amounts of rain for southeast Texas and Louisiana, causing major flooding concerns as well. Next complete update from the National Hurricane Center will be coming toward the end of this hour, so we're going to definitely have more numbers on there for you. So I just wanted to show you a bigger perspective of at least what is going on with that. Some things I also want to point out as well. Let me show you as far as radar. And again, bigger perspective, Galveston Island has been hit hard with rain. And with this, we still have that flash flood warning that is continuing. Winds still gusting in Galveston, 58 miles an hour. But again, notice the direction from Galveston. I'll show you this in a moment. But again, is moving out of due east. That means on the west side of Galveston Bay, we are seeing a lot of that storm surge. A lot of from the images you have seen there. Talk about that flash flood warning that does continue for Brazoria, Galveston, Harris counties until 5:45. This is the big number. This number continues to grow, Molly. We have total outages now up to 233,000. And every time we go back to this image, Molly, we continue to see these numbers grow, particularly in Brazoria and also into Harris County.
Well, that is an incredibly eerie sound and just so scary in Matagorda, where you can just hear that wind whipping. Southeast Texas is now dealing with the impacts of Hurricane Nicholas, which made landfall about 2 hours or so ago. This is Matagorda, where tropical storm and storm surge warnings are both in effect. The area is also under a flash flood watch through Tuesday. It's actually Matagorda that has had some of the highest wind gusts so far. And in fact, this number right here, 95 miles per hour, it is that observation that prompted the National Hurricane Center to take this from a tropical storm, a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm, and upgrade it to a 75-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane. So that was an important observation, and that was with the last update from the National Hurricane Center. You just heard Todd mention we'll be getting another update here pretty soon, but it doesn't stop at the wind. We also have to talk about the flooding concern, because that is going to be huge over the next few days. We have flash flood watches that extends from areas in just near the Port O'Connor area all the way up through New Orleans. It's just a huge area of real estate where we're watching for some flash flooding. And the problem with this is just this very slow motion. Two different computer models here, and they paint two completely different pictures. So this is the European model, and it puts a bullseye over Alexandria, where we could see 12 to 18 inches of rain. But as we flip this over to the American model, it is a completely different picture. And the difference between these two, and the reason why we're seeing such different amounts, is the speed. So the American model kind of wants to take this out of here a little bit quicker than the European model, which wants to take it over Louisiana and just have it sit for a couple of days. So Todd, we still have a lot to work out with the details, but just know 5 to 8 inches of rain, that's going to be widespread, very likely seeing some higher amounts that could top out in the double digits.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're already seeing a lot of that heavy rain, especially in southern Harris County. Got to keep going back. Live look at Houston. And yeah, you can see how the gusts are shaking the camera there. A little bit of traffic out at the moment, something I would not recommend. I know a lot of people feel like they have to get to work. Of course, the schools have been canceled for the days, so no need to have the kids out as well. And we're talking about the heavy rain. Look at the amount of rain we've seen just in the past 24 hours. The heaviest amounts to the south and east of the city, but now we're starting to see even downtown, starting to see numbers now upwards of 2 inches of rain in the last 24 hours, approaching 5 inches of rain farther down I-45 as you head down toward Galveston, where the heaviest rains have been happening as well. I want to time this out for you as far as the high-res future radar, and we're going to just take what you know about the system, and notice that we continue to have bands of rain continuing through the rest of this morning. There is the center of circulation from what probably end up being at that time tropical storm, and even maybe possibly even less than that of Nicholas. But looks like the worst conditions, at least for the first half of today, and then things look to improve a little bit. But even by the time the rain does end, I would not be surprised the floodwaters will be sticking around as well. So additional rain still to come. Could easily be another inch or two. But again, this is just a guidance. Doesn't mean it'll be exactly like this. Heavier amounts will then push a little bit farther off to the east. And again, you're looking through tomorrow. So we're just talking about a day and a half worth of rain. And that could approach 5, 6, 7 inches toward Liberty and Beaumont. So the worst conditions are certainly going to be spreading off to the east as Hurricane Nicholas will inch very slowly off to the east. Molly and I have been talking about this early all morning long, and how this is going to be a system, and this is where the danger of Hurricane Nicholas is about the forward motion, how this will begin to stall, really. Here we are later on this morning. Hurricane Nicholas most likely be downgraded to a tropical storm, but that's not the story. The story is the fact that Nicholas will take its time moving through East Texas into Louisiana. Look at this forecast fan alone. We're talking basically before you go from Houston, not even getting to New Orleans yet, by Thursday evening, the remnants could still be in central and southern parts of Louisiana. So this is not a fast mover. So we have band after band. As long as we have availability of the Gulf of Mexico, that will continue to feed moisture into Nicholas. That will continue to bring bands in the rain. And I'm afraid numbers like this will continue to grow. Just look at the power outages in Texas. And it's all about what's been happening the last several hours, where it jumped up basically from 10 o'clock Monday night to currently right now. So really over the last 5 hours, it has jumped significantly, with the power outages in Texas now up to 233,000 outages. And it's not only in the Texas, Molly, we're concerned about what's going to happen a little bit farther away into Louisiana and places into Mississippi and Alabama.
Well, certainly in Louisiana, a big focus on southeastern Louisiana as they continue to try to recover from Hurricane Ida, which wasn't that long ago. And as Nicholas moves further inland, we could see rain impacts places like Jackson, Mississippi, all the way to Atlanta, Georgia. Both look pretty nice right now. Now, Jackson, we may not see a lot of rain at one time, but the rain is going to be sticking around day after day this week. Atlanta, your rain and storm chances start tonight and also stick around every day this week, at least through Friday. So where we are likely to see some flash flooding today, we're talking about today through tomorrow morning, Lake Charles up into Alexandria, Houston still in the game for some very serious flooding as the sun comes up. And as we move into tomorrow through Thursday, we're talking about many of the same areas. But look as this kind of shifts into Baton Rouge, down into New Orleans, places like Houma, Grand Isle, Morgan City, Laplace, all trying to desperately recover from Hurricane Ida, and the rain is just not going to help. And this is going to be truly torrential tropical downpours right next to the Gulf of Mexico, so it's going to have plenty of opportunity to tap into all of that deep tropical moisture. Here is the problem as this extends into areas like Mississippi. So where you see these dark green colors, Jackson all the way over to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, that's where we have soil moisture that is much wetter than average. This is all courtesy of Hurricane Ida. It really just oversaturated the soil, and now here we go. We're talking about another tropical event where we could see very impressive rainfall totals. At this point, it's like taking a wet sponge and pouring water on top of it. It just can't hold anymore. It becomes runoff very quickly. So this is a look into Jackson, Mississippi. This is a broad brush, so about 3 inches of rainfall. It's very likely we will see some locally higher amounts in the Jackson area down into coastal Mississippi, down towards Gulfport. So there's Nicholas right now. It's going to get picked up and drawn to the east by a cold front moving through. It's not a particularly strong cold front by the time it makes it to the southeast, but that will kind of combine to create some extra moisture, some enhanced rainfall amounts, some enhanced rainfall rates. And we've seen this multiple times with tropical systems in the southeast, so no stranger to these events, but certainly have to be on guard, Todd, for some flash flooding.
Yep, and unfortunately, this is going to be a multi-day event, and we just have to go back not that long ago from what had happened, well, with Hurricane Ida as far as New Orleans goes, and now we have more moisture coming in from Nicholas. Rain, of course, could be the biggest factor here, and already dealing with more than 100,000 people without power, without electricity after Ida. Now, we do have the flash flood watch in effect, and unfortunately, it looks like these numbers are going to continue to grow. Let me show you what's looking right now in Louisiana. We already had that previous tornado warning that was out for Cameron Parish. That was right around the 2 o'clock hour this morning. You can see the bands of rain, and you can see how things are starting to look a little more intense, a little more widespread with these storms in southwest Louisiana. As far as the power outages, yeah, you can see the biggest amount here, Lafourche Parish, upwards of 22,000 without power, approaching 100,000 outages in Louisiana. Now, as we take a look at the high-res future radar, again, just take this for what it is. It is more of a guidance, but notice how the conditions are going to start getting worse as we head toward not late this morning, but more so this afternoon. A couple of bands of storms could be around. And again, you got to remember, we're talking about a tropical system, and this is to the northeast of that circulation, so there could be those spin-up tornadoes. I would not be surprised. We have a couple of isolated tornadoes that could be around. Here we are by this afternoon, and notice now we are starting to see bands of heavier showers and storms move through Louisiana, particularly into New Orleans. And notice how we're talking from 1 o'clock this afternoon to this evening, and notice how these bands will continue. There'll be a break from time to time, but even by tomorrow morning at this time, we can still see bouts of heavy rain. That water's got to go somewhere. And unfortunately, it's going to probably end up going up as in terms of flooding. Finally, by the time we hit late Wednesday and early Thursday, we could finally see maybe the end of this rain. But as far as the European model, suggesting anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of additional rain on top of what we already have. This has been updated a bit. Looks like the heavier amounts trying to push off to the north. But again, anywhere from 2 to 5 inches of rainfall through Friday for Louisiana. The GFS model is about the same now. Anywhere from 2 to about 5 inches of rain could fall. So this is certainly an area that does not need to get hit anymore. We already have some major flooding concerns, all the levee systems in around New Orleans. You know how this goes. So it's not going to take much in order to bring this water out and in order to bring water in. Again, if you have a lot of water coming in, majority of the area is either at or below sea level, Molly, and this is why we are so concerned about the flooding concerns, because again, the water has no place to go. It always will find the lowest area, and if this is the lowest area, well, that's where the water is going to start piling up.
Well, thank you, Todd. A live look at Houston, where we could see major power outages today. The Houston fire chief is reminding people to stay safe, especially if they're using generators. I mean, just look at that wind on that camera. My goodness. That is some strong wind, and that is some very heavy rain. We want to get to this fire chief. He's just encouraging people to not use generators improperly because they can be deadly. Take a listen.
If we have power outages and you're using generators, please ensure that those generators are at least 20 feet from your home and that the exhaust is not pointing into the homes. Carbon monoxide is odorless, colorless, but it is lethal.
Well, with all the expected power outages and, of course, the damage potentially in Houston, school district has closed school for virtual learning and in-person learning today. We want to move a little bit farther to the east and take you into Louisiana, specifically the Lake Charles area. I know the last thing you want to hear in Lake Charles is that you have some heavy rain and some torrential downpours coming your way that could lead to some flash flooding, but that's what we're facing, 5 to 6 inches of rain. And you can see some of those heavier bands just to the south of Lake Charles right now. The wind, not an issue in Lake Charles at the moment. I don't expect it to be an enormous issue in Lake Charles. It's really going to be the water, and you'll continue to see those heavy bands just work their way onshore across the I-10 corridor as we go throughout the day. Pretty much all you can expect some heavy rain, and it will be just torrential at times, and that's going to make it very difficult to travel out on the roadways. So if you don't have to go anywhere today, just stay inside, wait this out. By Wednesday, it's looking a little bit better for the Lake Charles area. Again, wind is not so much an issue, but any stronger wind gusts that we see within some of these thunderstorms of these bands that work their way on shore could knock over some trees and then some power lines.
New customers get our best deals on all smartphones.
That's right.
But what if I'm already a customer?
Oh, no problem. Hey, Cam.
Same deal.
Yeah, it's kind of our thing.
Oh, it's a great deal. What if I'm new to AT&T?
Cam, can...
Oh, nice.
Hey, but what about for existing customers?
Same deal.
It's the same. Is he okay?
It's not complicated to open your possibilities. With AT&T, everyone gets our best deals on every smartphone, like a Samsung Galaxy Z 5G.
Fall together with Lowe's to find great values this season. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility.
Think premium can't be capable? Think again. Introducing the first ever AT4 lineup. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC.
I'd do anything for you, dear. Anything, anything. Anything for you.
In the race to succeed, does somebody always have to fail? Let's give everybody a fair shot, because when that happens, we've all made it.
The Tiger Dam Flood Control System preserves infrastructure by protecting buildings, keeping interstates and highways accessible, and allowing utilities to function during storms. Tiger Dams, the world's #1 flood protection product.
We've got you taken care of, Sergeant Houston.
Thank you. That was fast.
One call to USAA got her a tow, her claim paid, and even her grandpa's dog tags back. Get a quote.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
NyQuil Severe gives you powerful relief for your worst cold and flu symptoms. On Sunday night and every night. NyQuil Severe, the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine.
Away we go! You've never seen anything like this before. I'm ready if you're ready.
Your shop is looking great, Kim.
Almost there. I still need an internet provider. I refuse to get locked in a contract.
Spectrum Business has no contracts, and they have low prices tailored to new businesses with built-in extras you need. Desktop security, domain name, and email.
I'll be doing a lot of online grab-and-go orders. I need fast internet.
Slow drip is great for coffee, but not internet. Spectrum Business starts at 200 megabits per second.
Fast speeds, low prices, and no contracts?
It's a great blend.
Fur, you won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin. So take Allegra before allergy symptoms take over you. And for kids, try allergist-recommended non-drowsy Children's Allegra.
Fur, you won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
And Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin.
So when allergies attack,
take Allegra before your symptoms take over you. And for congestion relief, find Allegra D at your pharmacy.
Currently in our area, 71 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Today, sun and clouds mixed. High 82, winds east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies early, then partly cloudy after midnight. Low 73. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Wednesday, partly cloudy skies. Record high temperatures expected. High 86. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. Whoa! It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
The environment may be changing, but America's trust in the Weather Channel is not.
Look at this from Houston right now. The gusts, every time we keep going back to this Houston cam, the conditions continue to look worse as far as the gusts, as far as the driving rain. And yeah, we're dealing with life-threatening flash flooding in around Houston, even more so as you work your way toward the coast. And this is going to be something we're going to have to deal with at least through the rest of the morning hours for Houston. And then as we head into this afternoon, a lot of the activity, a lot of the concern then shifts into far eastern parts of southeast parts of Texas and then into Louisiana as well. Want to talk a little bit about, well, tropical systems as far as southeast Texas and southwest Louisiana go. Each storm is going to be different. Right. Every time you have another system, you can't really say that one is like the other because they all bring their own stuff. But the one thing we've noticed, particularly in the southeast Texas, is how a lot of these storms dump a lot of rain in a short period of time. We're talking Hurricane Harvey just a couple of years ago, 2017. Hard to forget this one. Obviously, feet of rainfall fell. In fact, already broke records across the United States, the amount of rain that has fallen in a short period of time, at least as far as Hurricane Harvey went. If you look at Imelda, same thing. Look at some of these rainfall totals in southeast Texas, particularly to the east of downtown. 16, 17, 18 inches of rain, almost 2 feet of rain fell from Imelda. If you go back to 20 years ago, Tropical Storm Ellison, same type of thing. Over a foot, foot and a half, almost 2 feet of rain has fallen. So the one thing that a lot of these systems do is, well, it drops a lot of rain, and just the way southeast Texas is, there are not a lot of places for the water to go. You have a lot of urbanization that goes on. So once you end up seeing rain that falls on city streets and you're also dealing with a very low-lying area, the water really can't go many areas. As far as the past 48 hours, many places south of this city, we're approaching 3, 4, 5 inches of rain. Even the downtown itself, now we're approaching 2 inches and over 2 inches of rain has fallen there. And in addition, we're seeing those gusts out of the east for Houston, 55-mile-an-hour gusts here, 45-mile-an-hour gusts in Galveston. Again, we're still looking at that flash flood warning that does continue until 5:45 for Brazoria, Galveston, and Harrison counties. Many people tend to underestimate the power of water. Meteorologist Alex Wilson shows you how to be safe should flood waters begin to rise.
When a flash flood warning is issued, here's what you should do in order to keep yourself safe. Have a plan in place. If conditions are worsening, gather your supplies, family, and pets, and leave the area before the flooding occurs. Being proactive can ensure your safety. Whether it's still or flowing water, do not walk, swim, or drive through the floodwaters. Turn around, don't drown. Water is extremely powerful. 6 inches can knock you off your feet. Just a foot of water is enough to float your car and sweep it away. If possible, stay off of bridges that span fast-moving water. Water can rise very quickly and wash bridges away without warning. If you get trapped in your car in a rapid torrent of water, stay in the vehicle until help arrives. If your car is filling up with water, move to the roof of the vehicle and signal for help. If you get trapped in a building that's being inundated with water, move to the highest level. Avoid closed attics or rooms without an exit, and only go to the roof if it's absolutely necessary. Follow these instructions to make sure you stay safe.
New video out of Freeport, Texas from last hour, just after Nicholas made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. You can see the flooding here and the wind and the rain just whipping across the road. And look how high that water is. It's coming up near that sign. That's actually near Treasure Island, where we've seen some of the reports of the highest surge so far. Some preliminary amounts of 5.6 feet of water moving onto normally dry ground. And that's just from one of the gauges that we have in that area, and we will likely continue to see more storm surge reports as the morning goes on. And more new video just coming into the Weather Channel. This is from Mission Bend, Texas. That's just to the west of Houston. The rain and the wind dealing some damage there already, and it appears that transformers are blowing in the background. That's not lightning. Those are transformers, and that's always scary to see, very eerie to see. And you can see that flashing continually behind those homes and those trees. So let's take a look at where Nicholas is right now. Still a Category 1 hurricane, but you can see the structure of this is not nearly as impressive as it was as it made landfall. Likely starting to see some of that land interaction that's weakening this. We'll get the update from the National Hurricane Center here very soon. But even as the wind in this starts to weaken, the water is going to remain an enormous concern. So the wind, you can see Galveston here, just last hour is gusting to near 60 miles per hour. Now we're down to about 45 miles per hour. The surge still an issue. We have a storm surge warning from Port O'Connor up to the Texas-Louisiana border. Again, the highest that we've seen near the Treasure Island area, that was about 5.6 feet of storm surge. That's a preliminary amount. In addition to the rainfall and the wind and the storm surge, we're also tracking the threat for tornadoes today, a torcon of 2 that goes from the Houston area all the way over to New Orleans. It could be any of these areas on the eastern side, that northeastern quadrant, that we could see a tornado spin up very quickly. And we've already seen one so far this morning that happened very early this morning in Cameron Parish. Typically, these happen very quickly. They're a little bit on the weaker side and they're short-lived, but they can do some significant damage as they spin up and then spin back down. So we are looking at most of the rain moving through Galveston as well as Houston right now, and some very heavy rain starting to move into Lake Charles.
There's an America we build and one we explore. One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Jeep, there's only one.
For over 50 years, Purina Cat Chow has been helping cats feel at home with trusted nutrition. No wonder it's the #1 dry cat food in America. Come home to Cat Chow.
We've got you taken care of, Sergeant Houston.
Thank you. That was fast.
One call to USAA got her a tow, her claim paid, and even her grandpa's dog tags back. Get a quote.
I've got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now there's Sky Rizzy.
Things are getting clearer. I feel free
To bare my skin, yeah, that's all me. Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Achieve clearer skin with Sky Rizzy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months. Of those, nearly 9 out of 10 sustained it through 1 year. And Sky Rizzy is 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
I see nothing in a different way. It's my moment, so I just gotta say, nothing is everything.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is everything.
Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Monday payday, Tuesday payday, Wednesday payday, Thursday payday, Friday payday, Saturday payday, Sunday payday. Payday.
Hi, sis.
You're late.
Fashionably late.
We cannot be late.
There's a road right there. That's a cat. We just hold Maddie's headpiece.
Seriously?
His name is Whiskers. Hi.
What happened to you? Whose cat is that?
It's a long story.
Oh my gosh.
Whiskers, there you are.
The Subaru Crosstrek, the adventurous SUV for adventurous people. Love, it's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
This is J Country. Our goal is to find that $1 million boulder. I will dig till my hands bleed.
That's so sketchy, dude.
Anything can shut you down.
It's almost like we know what we're doing.
Oh my God, look at that. Molly.
Wow, you do not want to be caught. That is rain that is blowing horizontal.
Amazing images out of Galveston Island. This is what it looks like when a hurricane makes landfall. You can just see the amount of rain, and it does nothing really tell you what's happening below that as far as storm surge and how much water is already on the ground. This is a dangerous situation.
When you combine that kind of rainfall with the storm surge, you've got problems.
Flash flood warning does continue for Brazoria County, Galveston County, and Harris County, as well as Matagorda County until 5:45. Welcome back to our special live coverage of Hurricane Nicholas. I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And I'm meteorologist Molly McCullum. Breaking overnight, Nicholas gaining strength just a few hours ago and has made landfall along the Texas coast as a Category 1 hurricane. Here's what we know right now. Nicholas remains a Category 1 hurricane. More than 7 million people are under tropical alerts. Power outages are growing across Texas with more than 200,000 customers in the dark. And the Houston Independent School District has canceled all in-person and virtual classes for today. That's great news, Todd, because it's less people that will be out on the roadways. At this point, it's still way too dangerous to get out, and the fact that it's still dark, you would never be able to tell how deep water is.
Yeah, and that's the scariest part when it comes to these systems, because again, water is going to be the biggest killer. On top of this, Molly brought up the power outages. Look at this number; it continues to grow every time we keep going back to this graphic. The number tends to grow by tens of thousands already. Looking at power outages, over 276,000 power outages now in Southeast Texas. The big areas, particularly into Harris and Brazoria counties, Galveston County, also seeing those numbers rise quite a bit, and that's all due to the amount of rainfall we are seeing and the gusts of wind. Look at the outages as well. Just over the last 5 hours, how much it has jumped up. So the conditions really has worsened right about 10 o'clock. Monday evening, and then now those numbers have jumped. Would not be surprised we end up having incurred outages over 300,000 just another couple of hours from now, if that. Official numbers as it comes with Hurricane Nicholas, made landfall, Matagorda, Texas, Category 1 storm. Winds 75 miles an hour. We had pressure at 991 millibars. Current look right now, just waiting for the National Hurricane Center to have an update. Really going to be happening anytime. It's at 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central right now. Usually by about the next half hour or so, the next complete advisory will come up. Whether or not it will remain a hurricane, my guess is that it'll probably end up being a tropical storm. But don't let that tell you anything about the system itself. It is more about the amount of rainfall we're going to see and the flooding concerns, not only for the rest of today, but into your Wednesday and Thursday as well. If you just look at the infrared imagery here, you can see how it's really begun to get sheared apart quite a bit, and how it does not look as impressive as it did when it did make landfall. So land is obviously making a bigger impact. This is where our concern is, as far as Nicholas goes, is more about the very slow movement forward. How we are going from between now until this evening, it may just only be about the center of circulation, may just be about 50, 60, 70 miles, then to the northeast of Houston. Even though it'll probably be a tropical storm at that time, Molly, it is more about the amount of rain and the available moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. All this rain, all this storm surge will be inundating southeast Texas and Louisiana for not just hours, but days we're talking.
Well, thank you, Todd. Check out this video from Matagorda, Texas from about an hour ago. Hurricane Nicholas making landfall along the Texas coast earlier this morning and already wreaking havoc. Just look at some of that wind-driven rain. That's some really impressive wind there. And actually, Matagorda had some of the highest wind gusts out in the harbor of 95 miles per hour. Of course, the focus not so much on the wind as this continues to move inland. That will start to weaken dramatically over the next few hours, but the water remains an enormous threat. So from Port O'Connor all the way to New Orleans, that's where we have just a huge chunk of real estate that is under a flash flood watch. We're talking about some areas that could see 5 to 10 inches of rain widespread with locally higher amounts possible. And those locally higher amounts could be moving into the double digits. And when you get to that point, it doesn't matter where you are, you're going to see flooding. But you talk about flood prone areas like southeastern Texas over into Lake Charles, and that flooding will happen very easily, particularly in a place like Lake Charles where you're so high above your average rainfall for the entire year. You're talking about 15, 16 inches above your average yearly rainfall. At this point, you will see flash flooding, and some of those stronger bands just now starting to move into the Lake Charles area. If you're to the west of the center of circulation, like say in Victoria, you're not going to see much of anything as we go throughout the day. You're breathing a big sigh of relief because you're not going to see that really heavy rainfall. Now, Houston, this is just the beginning. We're still seeing that very heavy rain starting to move into the Beaumont area, and Lake Charles likely seeing heavy rain throughout the day. We'll leave you with this from Galveston as made landfall.
Mission Control, we are go for launch. T-minus 2 minutes and counting.
She's eating the rocket.
Copy that. She is eating the rocket.
I assume we needed that?
Lunchables, built to be eaten.
She has eaten the rocket. Over.
When you're driving a Lincoln, stress seems to evaporate into thin air, which leaves us to wonder, where does it go? Does it get tangled up in knots? Or fall victim to gravity? Or maybe it winds up somewhere over the Bermuda Triangle. Perhaps you'll come up with your own theory of where the stress goes. Behind the wheel of a Lincoln is a mighty fine place to start.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles everywhere.
But where can we use them?
You can use them on any travel purchase, not just some travel purchases.
Venture gets a gold star.
What's in your wallet?
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
For over 50 years, Purina Cat Chow has been helping cats feel at home with trusted nutrition. No wonder it's the #1 dry cat food in America. Come home to Cat Chow.
We have to be able to repair the enamel on a daily basis. With Pro Enamel Repair Toothpaste, we can help actively repair enamel in its weakened state. It's innovative. My go-to toothpaste is going to be Pro Enamel Repair.
Are you one of the millions of Americans who experience occasional bloating, gas, or abdominal discomfort? Taking Align can help. Align contains a quality probiotic to naturally help soothe digestive upsets 24/7. Try Align, the pros in digestive health.
Okay, I'm up. 5 more minutes.
Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
together with Lowe's to find great values this season. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their families. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Keep going back to Texas with all these live cams. Here's a live look at Galveston right now. And just look, in addition, the winds, obviously, that grabs your attention. But I want you to pay more of the attention. On the right side of your screen there, we're actually looking at some of the lights that are reflecting off the streets. And there's water on the streets, standing water on the streets. Here's another look at Galveston with the gusty winds and already seeing that storm surge, especially on the western side of Galveston Bay. This shot's amazing. Galveston, once again, you can see just the strong gusty winds as well as the amount of rainfall we're seeing. And again, that's just what we're seeing up top. It's the water that's also at the bottom when we're talking the flash flooding. That is a major concern. So, yeah, we are back tracking Hurricane Nicholas. Now, the next update from the National Hurricane Center really coming within about 10, 15, 20 minutes from now. A full update, whether or not it stays a hurricane, gets downgraded to tropical storm. It's less about the naming and more about this right here, that this is going to be a major rainmaker and it's going to be a big flooding concern for Southeast Texas and Louisiana. Look at Louisiana. The bulk of the rain is actually in Louisiana, even though right now, Nicholas is still hovering in around Southeast Texas. We actually have a couple of flash flood warnings. In fact, a new flash flood warning has just popped out. Here's a previous warning that's out for Brazoria, Galveston, and Harris counties. That is in effect until 5:45 a.m. But that secondary warning has now just popped up, and that is just a little bit farther off to the north. It does include parts of Harris County, Galveston, and Brazoria County as well. So cities like Baytown, Pasadena, and Pearland all being impacted. This, though, notice the expiration time at 7:30 Central because, well, now we are seeing the banding of the rain. I'm just circling this and showing you at least as far as the loop goes. We're just going back an hour. And notice how the rain continues to be heavy just over the course of 1 hour's time. So that new flash flood warning out for northern parts of Brazoria, Galveston, and Harris counties. I want to show you some of the rainfall, estimated rain just from the last 6 hours. All right, this is 6-hour rainfall. And notice how some of the accumulation here, look at that, 5.5 inches of rain in 6 hours. So we're talking about an inch of rain per hour. But if it continues to rain over the same area hour after hour, now we're going to start seeing these numbers approach 6, 7, 8 inches of rain as we're continuing to see the future radar. As we head through the rest of this morning, notice how we are still dealing with the heavy rain and pay close attention to Louisiana because this is coming in your direction as well. Later on this morning, still looking at the heaviest rains here. Notice, Amali, the circulation from Nicholas is still down into Southeast Texas. Not a lot of movement, but look at Louisiana. How much rain is headed that way?
And it's going to be a really wet Tuesday for a lot of people in Louisiana. Well, we want to take the threats further inland because we know that we will see some rain in Mississippi, Alabama, as well as Georgia. Here's what's going on right now. I do want to mention, if you're just now waking up, two things. One, Nicholas became a hurricane through the overnight hours. 75-mile-per-hour hurricane made landfall as a Category 1. Two, if you're waking up in Houston and maybe you have a flight this morning or later today, check with your airline because the number of flights being canceled, both at Bush International as well as Hobby, are skyrocketing very quickly. So we do have some heavy rain moving through Houston right now. Eventually, as this starts to move, it's going to take its time. It really is going to take its time moving across Louisiana, and that's where we could see some of the higher rainfall amounts, up to 5 to 8 inches of rain. Eventually, this will move into the southeast. We're talking about Mississippi as well as Alabama up into Atlanta, and there's a couple of things that will be happening. So we have Nicholas that's going to be steered to the east. At the same time, we're going to be having a cold front that's going to be moving to the southeast. That's going to allow some of this tropical moisture to get pulled right into the southeast. So Jackson, Mississippi, Birmingham, Alabama, Atlanta, Georgia, likely seeing some impressive rainfall amounts and some impressive rainfall rates from this tropical rain. So as we push this into the future, I want you to keep an eye on this area right here, as well as the southeast. But just keep in mind that the rain is not going to stop in Louisiana as well as Mississippi once we get to the later half of today. Moving into tomorrow, it's still raining over many of the same areas, but also pushing some tropical moisture into areas like Montgomery, over into Atlanta, even down into coastal portions of Mississippi as well as Alabama. And that rain is just going to sit over the same areas for a majority of the week. So the rainfall still to come. Again, most impressive over Louisiana as well as Texas. But we could see 1 to 2 inches of rain, Alabama over into Georgia, and some locally higher amounts are possible where we see training of thunderstorms. And Todd, some of the stronger thunderstorms where we see lightning and some rumbles of thunder always have more impressive rainfall.
And it makes sense, and it looks like the impressive rain will continue to shift farther off to the east. We are now looking into Louisiana. This is Sulphur, Louisiana, and yeah, guess what? It's heading your direction. Already seeing the gusts there and starting to see the heavy rain. Let me show you the bigger perspective. And southwest Louisiana now starting to see the worst conditions as far as, well, areas farther to the east of Texas. You can see how the heaviest clusters of showers and storms. And again, you got to remember, we could see a couple of spin-up tornadoes come out of this as well. Already had one in Louisiana early on this morning. Another one could be coming our way really over the course of this morning into the afternoon hours. Going to zoom in a little bit more into New Orleans. Haven't seen anything too heavy yet, but the rain has been pretty consistent. Watch what happens as we head toward later on this morning. Maybe a couple of bands of showers and storms. Again, a quick spin-up tornado cannot be ruled out, but this is what I'm concerned about as far as rainfall goes for New Orleans. This afternoon into the evening hours, notice how the rain, we'll see bands and bands, rain after storm after storm that could really pile up the rain, not only for today, but again for tomorrow. Look at this. We have more additional storms for your Wednesday. So this is a multi-day event as far as the rainfall goes before things finally try to come to an end later in the day on Wednesday. Rainfall mounts for a good part of New Orleans. 4, 5, maybe 6 inches out there as well. So unfortunately, this is going to be bad conditions for the next couple of days.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula found in Preservision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about Preservision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into Preservision.
Preservision AREDS 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes Preservision.
Iced tea, stone cold. Calling on everyone to turn to cold washing with Tide.
Hello, my name is Iced Tea. Can you spare a few seconds to learn about cold water washing with Tide?
Hi, my name is Steve. Did you know washing in cold can save you $100 a year on your energy bill?
Why wouldn't you turn to cold? It helps the environment.
What? Because Stone Cold said so. Plus, Tide cleans great in cold.
This was a cold call.
When the unthinkable happens, good neighbors show up. For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive with the latest technology and tools to help you recover faster. State Farm has been there before, and we will be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Think premium can't be capable? Think again. Introducing the first ever AT4 lineup. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC.
Introducing Spectrum Advanced Home Wi-Fi, giving you more security and control over your home's network. Use the My Spectrum app to set up your Wi-Fi network name and password. Manage the devices on your network with the ability to see what's connected with Wi-Fi and rename devices to easily identify them for next time. Even control and schedule network access, so your network is only available to select devices when you want, with Spectrum Advanced Home Wi-Fi.
Fur, you won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin. So take Allegra before allergy symptoms take over you. And for kids, try allergist-recommended non-drowsy children's Allegra.
Fur, you won't faze me. Unlike Zyrtec, Allegra won't make me drowsy.
And Allegra starts working 2 times faster than Claritin.
So when allergies attack,
take Allegra before your symptoms take over you. And for congestion relief, find Allegra D at your pharmacy.
No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
The environment may be changing, but America's trust in the Weather Channel is not.
Currently in our area, 71 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Today, sun and clouds mixed. High 82, winds east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies early, then partly cloudy after midnight. Low 73, winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Wednesday, partly cloudy skies. Record high temperatures expected. High 86. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Look at this image, Molly. Galveston Island. We keep going back to the shot, but it just shows you the power of water and wind.
I mean, as this video progresses, the wind just slowly turns horizontal, and that's just a testament to the strength of the wind moving through the Galveston area. This is also what you can't see in this video. This is one of the spots that we've seen some of the higher surge amounts so far. These are all preliminary amounts. So far, the highest one that we've seen is out of the Treasure Island area, peaking at 5.6 feet of storm surge. So yeah, that'll cause some problems real fast. So this is another image of Galveston. Looks completely different now.
It
right?
does. And there's that storm surge we're talking about in terms of, look at the water that's rising up over normally dry ground. That is a road, but that entire road is now underwater. And it's hard, at least from this image, to see how much water is there. But obviously, you can see some rippling on the water. So this is why we always talk about never wanting to be out, even though you're maybe driving a high-profile vehicle. You don't know how deep that water is, and not to mention, you would be dealing with a little bit of current out there as well.
Todd, I think it would be even harder to see that water if you were on the ground level.
Yeah,
we're seeing
absolutely.
this from a bird's eye view. If you were down on the street, it would be impossible to tell how long this water goes and just how deep it is.
It is good to see that there are no cars out there right now. I'm happy to at least see that. The worst conditions are still out there, and this is one of the reasons why we're seeing such high water. Still Hurricane Nicholas is waiting for the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. The next advisory coming within moments, really. But you can see the amount of rain and just hitting the same areas in a short period of time. We have a pair of flash flood warnings that continue to stay out there. Brazoria, Galveston, Harrison counties under flash flood warning until 5:45 a.m. This one continues, and then a new warning a little bit farther off to the north, almost encompassing downtown Houston itself. Brazoria, Galveston, and Harris counties. It does include Baytown, Pasadena, and Pearland cities. That's until 7:30. The amount of rain we've seen in a short period of time continues to rise. We're looking 3, 4, 5, 6 inches of rain now, really over the last several hours. Look at the outages. When I went to this graphic, really just about an hour and a half ago, it was just over 160,000. Now we have 307,000 total outages, and a big area of that is also into Brazoria and Harris counties. That is seem to be the worst hit right now, but Galveston also being hit hard as well. And this is another thing to talk about, just how bad, how fast these outages started going, where really right around 10 o'clock local time in Texas, we started to see those outages start to pop up, and then there we go. Now they continue to rise, and it's going to be something that I would not be surprised we see this number approach 400,000 as we head later on this morning, and then extend into Louisiana, unfortunately, as well. Molly?
Well, Todd, as you look at some of this video that we've seen out of Matagorda, it's not hard to imagine why we're seeing such extensive power outages, because this is what the wind is doing. It's already causing some damage along the Texas coast. This is an awning at a gas station in Matagorda last night. The heavy metal structure bobbing up and down until it can no longer stand upright. And we see this pretty frequently with these gas station awnings, but it takes some pretty strong winds to bring those down. And that's exactly what we're seeing and what we have seen overnight. Now, I imagine as we see daylight, we will get a much better idea of what happened, not only in Matagorda, but areas like Galveston. This is from Matagorda, where you can see these first few images of the damage, very large trees that have been knocked over, likely contributing to those power outages, and some structural damage as well, and some debris that is lining the ground there, and also the water. This is almost coming up to that yield sign in Matagorda. So this is Hurricane Nicholas. Still, again, we are expecting an update from the National Hurricane Center any moment now. It doesn't look nearly as impressive structure-wise as it did about an hour or 2 hours ago, and you can tell that with the satellite loop, the structure of this falling apart very quickly as it's interacting with the land, and it's kind of getting sheared apart. And in many regards. So I don't expect this to be a hurricane with the next National Hurricane Center update, but we are waiting for that, and that should come any minute. The wind speeds dropping dramatically near the Galveston area. About an hour and a half ago, these were gusting to near 60 miles per hour. We're still at 41 miles per hour, and that's going to continue to cause some problems with power outages, but the wind speeds are coming down. The water problems are only beginning. We are seeing torrential tropical downpours moving into the Houston area, Beaumont, over into Lake Charles. The water is just beginning for you as far as the downpours go, and we could see 5 to 8 inches of rain towards the Lake Charles area on the border of the Texas-Louisiana border, I should say. Isolated higher amounts are possible. I would not be surprised at all to see some double-digit rainfall totals when all is said and done. The reason being, yes, it's moving just so slowly, and you can see how this is tapping in to some very deep tropical moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. So we're just now beginning in areas like Beaumont as well as Lake Charles, some flash flood warnings going up for parts of the Houston metro area. We've had this long-standing warning until 5:45 local time. I do expect this to be extended as we're still seeing some rain and the water continuing to rise across many of these areas. I do want to take you over to Lake Charles as well, the I-10 corridor. It's going to be really tough driving on the I-10 corridor today from Beaumont all the way to Lafayette. That's where we could see some continual problems with visibility, some ponding on the roadways, some very heavy shower and some thunderstorms moving through Lake Charles right now. Also watch out for the potential for some spin-ups, some tornadoes as we go throughout the day.
New customers get our best deals on all smartphones.
That's right.
But what if I'm already a customer?
Oh, no problem. Hey, Cam.
Same deal.
Yeah, it's kind of our thing.
Oh, it's a great deal. What if I'm new to AT&T?
Cam, can...
Oh, nice.
Hey, but what about for existing customers?
Same deal.
Is he okay?
It's not complicated to open your possibilities. With AT&T, everyone gets our best deals on every smartphone, like a Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G.
With a Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles everywhere.
Where can we use them?
You can use them on any travel purchase, not just some travel purchases.
Venture gets a gold star.
What's in your wallet?
This is for the dreamers. All the doers and schemers with side hustles galore. The I Got Nexters and the Why Not Meers. And everyone hungry to make it on your own. You're ready to step up and turn that passion into a paycheck. To do something awesome. We're here to make it official. Start your business and keep it running with LegalZoom. LegalZoom, let's make it official.
My ex is dating a Pisces. So I'm like, screw it, let's talk manifesting. Let's talk chakras. Let's talk self-healing my way through the 12th house.
Set your intentions.
Those up.
Full moon bath ritual. Cleanse and find your magic.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
There's an America we build and one we explore.
One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Jeep, there's only one.
We have to be able to repair the enamel on a daily basis. With Pro Enamel Repair Toothpaste, we can help actively repair enamel in its weakened state. It's innovative. My go-to toothpaste is going to be Pro Enamel Repair.
We're in probably hurricane force wind.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to America's Morning Headquarters on this Wednesday. I'm meteorologist Jordan Steele alongside meteorologist Jim Cantori and Kelly Cass. We do have breaking news as of this morning. Nicholas just now downgraded to a tropical storm after making landfall as a Cat 1 hurricane along the Texas coast early this morning. But the system is still bringing the heavy rain and the very strong winds to part of the Lone Star State and western Louisiana. So we are going to get in a check real quick with meteorologist Jim Cantori as we track Nicholas and see what else is to come. Good morning, Jim.
Yeah, good morning. Certainly some of our worst problems with flooding can occur at this point, especially in southwest Louisiana, northeast Texas, or southeast Texas as it's called, in the northeast part of the state, right in through there. If you look at this, you can see where some of these bands of very heavy rain are just kind of lining up this morning. And of course, one of them is right in Houston, which is where we've gotten some of the newest flash flood warning stuff for you. And we'll show you that in a second. But in Matagorda County, Category 1, 75 miles an hour, they had a gust to 95 miles per hour. Granted, a little elevated, but still, that's what brought it up to hurricane last night. It's now down to a tropical storm, as Jordan just talked about. There's that gust at Matagorda Bay at 95 miles per hour. Still some very stout gusts this morning, especially in the city of Houston. So we're at 300,000 and climbing in terms of power outages there. Not surprised that will continue to increase. Southwest Louisiana will start to get into the mix as well as we go on through the day. So a lot of wind energy still with these bands here, and winds are out of the southeast here. Aloft, they're out of the southwest. So you've got shear, low-top supercells. Low-top supercells, spinning storms that could produce tornadoes, so we'll keep an eye on those. So Brazoria, Galveston, Harris counties, these are the areas that were dealing with a flood warning earlier on. A lot of this now moved up to the north. We got a new flood warning out, which does include areas in southern Harris County as well in Houston. Look at this. Rainfall has been very heavy. We've had anywhere from 3, especially in the southern part of Harris County, 4 near League City, and then down 5+ as we take you toward Galveston. We've also had surge in the bay over 5 feet. Which is pretty high here, 5.6 feet. Brazoria, Galveston, Harris County, there's the newest flood warning that I just talked about here. That's Baytown, that's League City. Very heavy rain just sitting there. Here's Morgan's Point, water in the parking lot. Sullivan Beach Park here due to storm surge. Surfside Beach, they had big water there. Blue Water Highway actually was covered in roads, and we've seen a lot of pictures coming in around this area with water, obviously still onshore flow right in through here. So lots of heavy rain continuing Lake Charles all the way over through Houston. And we'll keep an eye out, especially in these bands here, for any kind of small rotations that develop. You'll see the Weather Service put a tornado warning on those. Quick spin ups, just act accordingly. 10 minutes later, you can go back to what you're doing. Right now, heaviest rain again starting to work its way through Lake Charles, Alexandria, Morgan City, New Orleans in for a wet couple of days as well. And we'll talk more about the extended forecast with this because, Kelly, it's going to take its sweet time in kind of dissolving out and heading east. That's for sure.
It's not exactly moving that quickly either.
No, it's not.
Slowing
down, only 9 miles an hour.
That's it.
All right, the headlines on Nicholas and what we know at this hour. The storm has cut power to more than 300,000 Texas homes and businesses. Governor Greg Abbott has declared 17 Texas counties disaster areas, but he has not asked for federal assistance as of yet. Airlines have canceled more than 300 flights at both Houston Bush and Hobby airports, and schools are closed today in Houston, Galveston, Beaumont, Port Arthur, as well as Lake Charles, Louisiana. So this is a far-reaching storm to the right especially. So really concerned about Louisiana getting the brunt of the heaviest rainfall from this point forward. So we still have flash flood watches down the coast from Houston, but also especially here in southern Louisiana, especially after Ida. We dumped a lot of rain on this area. So unfortunately, there's no room for any more water in the soils here. It's not going to take much to flood. In fact, if you take a look at the rain needed to flood in just 1 hour, you were talking about an inch or less here along the Texas coastline. Louisiana, it's been dry fairly recently, despite the fact that we've got surpluses of almost 2 feet in New Orleans, but those rainfall rates will need to be watched. As with any tropical system, you can squeeze out a lot of rain in a short period of time. Therefore, we've got the ability to get some flooding going on here, Baton Rouge over toward New Orleans, and especially over here along the Texas-Louisiana border. It's a high risk. Of course, this is when you have most of the problems on high-risk days. According to the Weather Prediction Center, 35% is when we have the percent of flood deaths per year on a high-risk day. Moderate risk, we're talking about 16%. So a high-risk day means definitely plan for. In fact, authorities are saying stay off the roads if you can. That's when most people get into trouble. Cars run off the road in that high water. So 80% risk days, we're talking about at least $1 million in damages on 66% of those high risk days, 5% moderate risk days, and we do have that as well surrounding that high risk. So here's a look at Baton Rouge over towards Lake Charles, where you see the yellows, oranges, and reds on the radar. That indicates some very heavy rain. And within those rain bands, which are onshore, by the way, we could actually develop some tropical tornadoes. So severe weather can't be ruled out either with this particular system. We do have a flash flood warning still for Galveston. We do have Brazoria, Galveston, and Harris counties in this flash flood warning. Keeping an eye on some of the rivers here, I noticed the Calcasieu River over in southwest Louisiana is expected to rise into minor flood stage very soon. So here is a look at the rainfall forecast. Yellow, there's a huge area in that zone. We've got 3 to 5 inches on the way. The orange is where we can expect 5 to 8, but a few spots we can't rule out closer to like 10 or maybe even 12 inches of rainfall. And that's why we got the high risk noted right there in southwestern Louisiana and eastern Texas. Houston, it looks like the heaviest rain is now shifting east of us, but we still can't rule out a pocket of 1 or 2 inches. But overall, it looks like this system is really going to shift all those hazardous impacts to the east, especially over the state of Louisiana. Jordan?
A very, very messy day for you folks in Houston. In fact, the mayor, Sylvester Turner, is asking everybody to stay home, stay off the roads today. As we take a look out the door this morning, you guys are still experiencing those tropical storm conditions, and that could maybe linger for much of the day today as some of those winds that could be strong enough to maybe damage some more roofs and take out additional power lines. Remember, the latest count, more than 300,000 Texans without power currently. Houston, you could see another half foot of rain, as Kelly just broke down, and that could produce that flooding, and the National Weather Service calls potentially devastating and catastrophic flooding. So the fact that we got the high risk for flooding, it's something that you should not take lightly. Even the moderate risk has more of a broader footprint, which we also need to take seriously. So this morning, the heaviest showers are still sitting over Houston, and it's going to take some time. I mean, it's a slow mover. This is 8 o'clock in the morning, and you still have a pocket here of moderate to heavy rainfall due east along I-10. That's just going to be a terrible commute. Again, if you could stay at home, I'd say do so. Here's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we're just now starting to get a break in the city itself. Katie, you're going to be on that western side, so you'll be much drier than from Houston pointing eastward. Beaumont, you're going to be lingering for a little bit more since you're on the eastern side, and of course, that's where Nicholas is going. So additionally, like Kelly was showing you, the additional rainfall to to come gets progressively higher totals projections, especially on the eastern side here. And when you're talking about more than 4, 5, 6 inches of rain still to come, that's going to be a big flood concern for you folks right there along the Sabine River. Now, in terms of wind, we've had the gusts especially cranking here along the coast, and some of those gusts have been whipping in and around some of the downtown area of Houston in between the buildings. But overall, with the storm moving, all this will subside. But I mean, it could be lunchtime, it could be early afternoon, and you're still seeing gusts up to 60 miles an hour, especially for you folks in Liberty. Now moving over to Lake Charles real quick, giving you guys a focus. Notice it's going to be just a big problem area for us as well. I mean, we're going to start this thing, obviously already seeing rain this morning. It'll intensify by midday. Here's tonight. It's still really cranking. The center of Nicholas is still slowly traversing along that I-10 corridor and moving eastward. Notice the rain doesn't really get too far north, though, along the I-10 corridor. I mean, we're going to get some up here, but the majority of the heavy stuff is going to be Alexandria down into Lafayette. And then areas on south and east. So there's your half a foot totals, maybe even seeing pockets upwards of 8+ inches in the little isolated red spots there. So another state where we could experience some flood concerns, Jim. And obviously we were just talking about Louisiana not too long ago with Ida, and now we're right back in it.
Yeah, what is it? Why is this target sitting on Louisiana?
Right.
I know you guys are asking that too. Nicholas cranking along the coastal Texas area, top of this gas station awning at a local general store in Matagorda. Of course, remember, this is close to landfall. The awning swaying and finally falling over on its side. Nicholas making landfall, if you're just joining us this morning, as a Cat 1 hurricane in Matagorda County at around 2 a.m. Eastern, so 1 a.m. Central Time, with winds of 75 miles per hour. We had that gust in Matagorda Bay at 95 miles per hour. And it's really interesting. Kelly started out the show talking about 300,000. We're now 300. Just Center Point Energy alone has jumped to about 310,000. So big wind right now in downtown Houston. Big wind. We're 50, 60 miles per hour, cutting right across the city center. So thunderstorms today. Again, these east-west bands, there's a couple of them. This is where the rotation is. Southeast wind in the lower levels. We are southwest aloft. There's your shear profile pretty much right over this area. So we'll see once we get a little bit more instability during the day. If we see some of these things come on shore and spin up, you really don't even need the instability. You've just got the shear profile alone to give you these low top supercells. And so far, so good. Kind of looking in this area here, certainly the other band that's down toward the south, nothing that stands out at us this morning. So that's good news. Believe me, Weather Service is watching this. You've got 3 radars. You got New Orleans, probably Jackson, Lake Charles, Houston. They're all watching the radar this morning. And you'll notice that we see a little bit of a ramp up, certainly as we go from lunchtime on. So Jordan talked about how we end the rain around Houston at lunch, but we may actually increase the tornado potential as we work our way from lunch beyond into the 8 p.m. hour. And look at this high risk of flooding today. That's around Port Orange and the Lake Charles area. All right, and as Kelly mentioned at the top of the hour, about 40% of the deaths occur in these high-risk days. So this is not to be taken lightly. I want you to treat this like a high risk of tornadoes. All right, it's a high risk of flooding. It carries the same weight with it, potentially even more with the kind of deaths and property damage that we see with these high risk days. So New Orleans, Homa, up toward Hattiesburg, still dealing with the heavy rain right in through tomorrow and a chance for some severe weather. This thing is in no big hurry to get out of here. Remember, tropical tornadoes, low top supercells, they come with the system as it's coming on shore, but they can certainly exist well after the system is on shore, especially down near the moisture source, and they are generally weak. But we can sometimes get EF2, EF3s. I think the longer these systems are inland, and if you tend to tap into the mid-latitude jet and things like that. But either way, guys, just be on the lookout for those tornado warnings. They'll be quick. You will not have time to go out and check it out. Just get to your safe place. All right, Kelly.
Yeah, I'm just watching that Houston camera below you, Jim. That is rocking and rolling this morning.
Rocking. Stay off the roads, everybody.
Yes, definitely. All right, so yeah, there is a look at Lake Jackson. We're also experiencing some high wind and heavy rain. You can see the rain just rippling across the road and the trees swaying, and then boom, we've got total darkness. NWS, the National Weather Service out of Houston, reporting a gust of 63 miles per hour in the area. More than 320,000 customers without power in Texas this morning. I don't think that number is going to go down and may even actually go up in the next couple of hours. hours, but it's still too dangerous for the power crews to be able to get out there and fix anything right now. As we check out some of the winds here, you've got Galveston sustained at 33 and gusting to 43 miles an hour. It's an onshore wind. So remember, there's that storm surge flooding that also continues east of center. Houston, 25-mile-per-hour wind, but gusting close to 40. And we're going to continue to see those winds really increase as we bring our system inland and kind of spread out the overall wind field. So it's not just Texas, but Louisiana that gets in on some of those stronger wind gusts as our system winds down. It's no longer a hurricane. That's a good thing, but tropical storm force winds can still do damage and still knock your power out and bring down some trees as well. So as you can see, we've got that steady wind and we've got the power outages already this morning. Now well over 300,000 customers just in Texas alone. We'll have to watch Louisiana as well. And of course, we're still recovering from Ida over here in the eastern part of the state. Louisiana statewide 95,000. But look over here in the southwest corner of Louisiana. This is another area that could be prone to power outages this morning as we have our system now working in that area. All right, so Texas, we really were fine up until just a few hours ago. And then all of a sudden, the lights started going out right around 11 o'clock last night through this morning. And that number keeps increasing as the winds are still howling out there. And we're going to continue to track these very strong wind gusts as we move our center over the coastline here of eastern Texas and moving into Louisiana. Notice the fuchsia on this map. That indicates some of those stronger winds blowing into Lake Charles, 30 to 35 as we head towards this afternoon. No wonder a lot of the schools are closed across this location. And you can see the wind will also be an issue even as we move this up into southern Arkansas and the northern parts of Louisiana. So storm surge warnings, as long as we have that onshore wind interacting with that water, you're going to have that water rise. Galveston, you're still in it. Storm surge watch over toward the southwestern corner of Louisiana. And we're talking about a 3 to 5 foot rise. And I believe Jim said this has already been validated across the Bay Area. So that's your water above normally dry ground, 1 to 3 feet over towards Intracoastal City. And you've got 1 to 3 feet still hanging back down toward the south as well. So you've got the heavy rain that's filling up some of these areas, and it has nowhere to go because, Jordan, you have all this wind pushing that water onshore, and that kind of backs everything up into the base.
Right. But as a storm heads east, then eventually get the wind shift.
Right.
And it'll push it back out. It's just going to take some time for that to happen. As you guys know, our nonstop coverage of Nicholas will continue all day long today. And remember, you can download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers, you guys get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts, the forecasts, local radar, live coverage. And of course, today it's going to be all about Nicholas. So here is a live look outside right now. Still got some camera shake out there as gusts as high as 48 miles per hour, and the rain is coming down in Houston. We'll be back.
Some have a history of building the best trucks. But according to just about anybody who's handed out a trophy, Ram currently builds the best trucks. So if you're shopping for a truck today, here it is. If you're shopping in the past, well, good luck with that. That was then. This is Ram.
During Ram Power Days, get $3,550 in total values or get 0% financing for 72 months on Ram 1500.
Why bother mastering something? Why hand tune an audio system? Why include the most advanced active safety system in its class, Standard? Because when you want to create an entirely new feeling, the difference between excellence and mastery is all the difference in the world. The Lexus ES. Every curve, every innovation, every feeling, a product of mastery.
Get 1.9% APR financing on the 2021 ES 350.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Fall together with Lowe's to find great values this season. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula found in Preservision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about Preservision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into Preservision.
Preservision A-Reds 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes Preservision.
Hey, it's me, your dry skin. I know I can be challenging, but I'm deeper than what you see. I'm craving something we're missing, the ceramides in CeraVe. CeraVe contains 3 essential ceramides to restore the ones we've lost and help repair my natural barrier, so I can lock in moisture and keep us protected. We're in this together, so we've got to have each other's backs and fronts.
CeraVe, developed with dermatologists.
Guy Fieri. You know, if you want to make that sandwich the real deal, you got to focus on the bread layers. King's Hawaiian sliced bread makes everything better.
Honey, why is Guy Fieri in our kitchen?
I don't know. I'm booking you a one-way ticket to Flavor Town with a King's Hawaiian meatball sub. I gotta go. Your neighbor needs King's Hawaiian bread.
Everything's better between King's Hawaiian bread.
Hey, I got you. Guy Fieri. Away we go!
You've never seen anything like this before.
I'm ready if you're ready.
Do you use Viagra or Cialis? Have you been thinking about trying Viagra or Cialis? What if we could promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for Viagra, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pill delivers the exact same results for less than $3. We'll do the math for you. You save more than $16 a pill for the same results. Want more? We'll give you 40 blue pills or 40 yellow pills for $99 and add 4 more pills free. You save more than $500. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know what to do next. You need to call us right now and get your 44 pills for just $99. Stop overpaying for Viagra. Call us and start saving a ton of money for the exact same results. Ordering is fast and easy with your pills delivered to your door in an unmarked package.
Call us right now, 800-340-9947, 800-340-9947. That's 800-340-9947.
Currently in our area, 70 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Today, sunshine and clouds mixed. High 81. Winds east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy. Low 73. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Wednesday, partly cloudy. Record high temperatures expected. High 86. Winds south-southwest at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
When it comes to covering the most important issue facing us and our Earth, one day does make all the difference. Now, the Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. For what's now and what's next, rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
All right, guys, a look at Nicholas storm surge invading the streets of Freeport, Texas. These scenes shot about 15 minutes before the landfall, so that's probably about 2.5 hours ago, okay? 45 miles south of Freeport at Matagorda, which is where that landfall was. The National Hurricane Center had predicted a storm surge as high as 5 feet along this part of the Texas Gulf Coast. We are still seeing storm surge this morning, especially in Galveston Bay with the onshore wind in the northern part of the bay at 3 to 4 feet. So there's plenty of that going on. In case you missed it, Nicholas popped up to a hurricane last night. All right. We had a 95 mile per hour hurricane gust at Matagorda Bay. It has now come down after making landfall to 70 miles per hour. But we are so not out of the woods, OK? We've got a lot of rainfall and wind in the Houston metropolitan area. I was just looking at CenterPoint Energy, OK, which is the main energy distribution for Houston and Galveston. We're already jumped to 355,000 customers without power right now. So this is going up exponentially and not surprising. We've had gusts over 60 in the city center of Houston. You can see these bands of rain, some of them incredibly heavy, all the way now stretching into Louisiana. Southwest Louisiana in for a rough day. This is one of these high-risk days. And I was just reading the National Weather Service in Lake Charles re-emphasizing the fact that when we get a high-risk day, 40% of the deaths usually occur on those days. All right, 90% of property damage occurs on those high-risk days. So, it's not a tornado high-risk day, but I want you to treat it like that with respect to flooding, because that's really how good these statistics are and really how much they've nailed this down. And you all remember what happened, right? In New York and New Jersey, we had 600 miles of flash flood emergencies that went on. So we could get some of those today. We'll see. Some very heavy rain over Lake Charles now. Look at what is to come to the southwest. This is all building toward the north. This looks like it's just going to park its area over this Beaumont, Lake Charles area. So please avoid this if you're traveling on I-10 today. Just avoid the area entirely. Jordan, over to you.
It's just a slow mover. The thing's moving at 9 miles an hour.
Right, which means it's going to flood.
It means it's going to flood. There's a reason why they say, flooding is the #1 severe weather killer. When we talk about weather killers, you got heat, which is a big one, but severe weather-wise, flooding is way up there. So we're going to talk about where this thing's going, and then we're going to also link it up to a new system that we're watching out here in the Atlantic. So a couple things. The reason why it is moving so slow is because that jet stream is so far to the north. All right, again, moving 9 miles per hour. If this thing had a little bit of a trough like this, it'd pick it up and blow it out of here quicker. But since it is well up to the north, it's just kind of slowly parking its way along I-10, and it's going to take some time to get completely out of here. The tropical moisture is present, and it's going to be impacting all these areas around the south. We're also watching the progression of a front farther to the north, which is bringing some heavy rain and severe weather for you folks along the northern tier, and it kind of meets up over here in parts of the East Coast. So we're watching another entity. This has now been upgraded to a 60% chance to potentially become our next named system. The direction of this is that way. Here's Nicholas, that's moving that way. So they're going to all kind of meet up here. The question is, how strong is this front? Even if we do get a named system, does it stay over the water? We know we're going to get large waves here, but do we actually get rainfall? So the combination of the moisture plus the front kind of squeezes each other and gets very close to this I-95 corridor, which is something to watch as we move our way to the end of the week, Kelly. And then we've got another front on the way that could move and bring more rainfall, which basically means the eastern half of the country is going to continue to stay active for the next several days at least.
Speaking of active, Jordan, we've got that going on right now across the western Great Lakes. So we're going to switch gears from the Gulf Coast for just a moment. There's Green Bay, Wisconsin. Getting a few showers, some thunderstorms nearby as well. I just noticed your winds are gusting to about 22 knots, so close to 30 miles an hour. Severe storms are possible, not just this morning, but later on today, especially when we get some of that daytime heating. Look at all the bugs on that tower cam right now. It is 69 degrees. Your dew point not too far off from that. So it's a pretty saturated atmosphere right now. Here is a look at the lightning strikes showing up here north of Green Bay, south of Green Bay, right over Green Bay. We couldn't see it from that camera, but there are some lightning strikes around. Sub-severe for now. Nothing is reaching that severe criteria, but that obviously could change. As I mentioned, we get some of that daytime heating. We've got the energy coming into Detroit, where, by the way, your Tigers are at home tonight. You've got Indianapolis in that red zone as well. Cleveland to Buffalo, and even eventually into the Northeast. We'll be watching out for that severe threat as well. Primary threat will be damaging winds. We can't rule out some hail coming out of some of these storms as well. As we look to the future radar showing these showers and storms, not just in Iowa and Missouri, but especially over here. Southern Michigan, we've already had some damage with storms yesterday across portions of lower Michigan, down toward the Circle City of Indianapolis, especially as we head towards later tonight after the sun goes down, and those showers and storms kind of lining up across the Ohio Valley as we get our Wednesday started, and some of those could pack a punch as well. So definitely have a way to get the warnings. Here in the Northeast, we are watching a huge area from Maine all the way back to the upper Ohio Valley. We'll be right back with more coverage.
Think premium can't be capable? Think again. Introducing the first ever AT4 lineup. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC.
The engineers at Acura have made a remarkable discovery. A truly extraordinary car.
Is like a truly extraordinary journey.
To achieve it,
You have to get off the beaten path. Don't miss our newest lineup at the Acura Summer of Performance event going on now.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the RDX.
Healthy habits come in all sizes, like little walks and getting screened for colon cancer. That's big, because when caught in early stages, it's more treatable.
Hey, Cologuard.
Hi, I'm non-invasive and I detect altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers, even in early stages.
Early stages?
Yep, it's for people 45 plus at average risk for colon cancer, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider if Cologuard is right for you.
Count me in.
Me too.
Here's Captain.
Let's get back to dramatic finishes and grabbing the first round. This will be the greatest comeback. Collect all 6 signature bottles. Win all summer. Learn more at ultracomeback.com.
This is more than just a building. It's an AI-powered investment firm with billion-dollar views. A cutting-edge data security enterprise, yes, with a slide. A perfect location for the world's first one-hour delivery. An inspiration for the next workout cult. And enough space for a pecan-based nutrition bar empire. It could happen because there's space for any dream on LoopNet, the most popular place to find a space.
When I want it, you got it. When you want it, I got it, yeah. When they want it, ain't want it, ain't want it. We got it, yeah.
Busted? Original Gorilla Glue, of course. Works indoor, works outdoor. It's weatherproof, it's waterproof. It's versatile and incredibly strong for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Before Nexium 24-Hour, Anna could only imagine a comfortable night's sleep without frequent heartburn waking her up. Now, that dream is her reality. Nexium 24-Hour stops acid before it starts for all-day, all-night protection. Can you imagine 24 hours without heartburn?
Since retirement, I've been trying a lot of new things with Frank's Red Hot. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat, like me. And it's great on all the recipes I've mastered. I put that on everything.
The world's a pretty big place, and we got to start somewhere.
Away we go!
You've never seen anything like this before. Adventure level, very high. I'm ready if you're ready.
Oh man, you don't want to be driving in that. Look at messy rain just scouring the pavement of the off-ramp leading to a bridge in Matagorda County, Texas. This was just last night. Obviously, you got personnel there trying to heed the warning. This was hours before Hurricane Nicholas actually made landfall on the coast. More than 4 inches of rain falling in Matagorda since yesterday afternoon. And then, of course, tropical storm force winds reported started in the early evening, and it just intensified from there on out. Here's what we know right now about Nicholas. The storm came ashore as a Cat 1 hurricane near Matagorda at 1 a.m. local time. More than 6 million people under flash flood watches. Power outages, man, they've been increasing quickly since early this morning, currently affecting roughly 350,000 customers in Texas, Houston. Officials asking residents to stay off the streets this morning if you can. And the city of Pearland asking residents to shelter in place. So it gets into a situation, Jim, that we've seen all too recently, unfortunately, where you have a big storm like this and it gets, potentially dangerous, even the first responders to go out, whether it's floodwaters or down power lines or whatever it is.
Right. So you remember, help me help you.
Yeah.
All right. So stay inside. and you're helping yourself, and you're helping
right.
the first responders because they don't have to go out in ridiculous situations to get you. So, obviously, guys, I mean, all you have to do is look outside this morning in Houston. It's coming down horizontal. All that's moving up toward Port Arthur and Orange and Lake Charles, and we already told you about the fact that you're under a high risk today for flooding, which is dangerous on its own. I mean, I want you to think high risk of tornadoes for tornadoes, high risk of flooding for flooding. They hold the same weight. The same weight, all right, maybe even more for the flooding because we have the statistics to prove it. 70-mile-an-hour TS now. We come down from a 75-mile-an-hour hurricane. Yeah, believe it or not, this thing, we never had an eye. It always looked like garbage, if you will, from a hurricane standpoint. But you know what? They all come in different shapes and sizes, just like we do as humans. So, a hurricane's a hurricane. There's the 95-mile-an-hour gust, Matagorda Bay, Port O'Connor, 64, Palacios, 62. We are getting gusts like that this morning in the city center in Houston, especially on top of the buildings and certainly between the buildings. They're even stronger than that. So you can see this wind core, which has come right up into Harris County and through Galveston Bay as well. We are still getting 3 to 4 foot of water pushed up into Galveston Bay. Now, what's going to be interesting for Galveston is when the storm goes just to the northeast after lunchtime today and the winds come from the northwest, do we flood from the bay side into Galveston? Because remember, that's the unprotected side. That'll be something to watch, especially if this thing holds its own, but the winds will probably weaken at that point. We're onshore now, so remember, that's pushing the water up the bay. We're generally east through Houston from 40 to 60 miles per hour with the gust, and CenterPoint Energy is reporting massive numbers of outages here. We are about 355,000 and counting. This, of course, is from Ida. We'll see what we add in between with the gusts as this continues to head east. But, Kelly, in between these two power outages areas, the concern is for flooding, as
Absolutely.
you know.
I mean, we're already saturated as it is, especially over here in Louisiana, courtesy of Ida just a couple of weeks ago. So with saturated ground, more tropical downpours on top of that ground, where is the water going to go, right? So unfortunately, flash flood watches are in effect from Houston to Lake Charles over toward New Orleans. We got a decent chance of seeing a few inches of rain, and we already have a surplus for the year of close to 2 feet. So it's not going to take too much rain to flood. We're talking about 2 to 3 inches in that lighter shade of green. But of course, where we have the flash flooding right now, it's imminent or occurring right now, and you can see we're down to about ½ an inch of rain to cause any issues. High risk day, and as Jim's been talking about, and this really is a point that needs to be hammered home, about 40% of deaths occur on high risk days when it comes to flash flooding. So take this very seriously. This means we are going to see flooding. Beaumont, Port Arthur, over to Lake Charles, Louisiana, and even outside of that, you got that yellow zone, meaning we're likely to see flash flooding. So a moderate risk. Take a look at the stat right here. 35% of high risk days. We're talking about the yearly percentage of flood deaths, and you can actually even wind that up to 40%. Just remember what happened in the Northeast a few days ago. Moderate risk days, 16%. A lot of damage occurs within a flood as well. On high risk days, you're talking about 80% of yearly flood damages and at least $1 million in damages on 66% of those high risk days. So even as the flooding is occurring, you're getting damage, but then the aftermath, you've got to deal with the mold issues and things like that. So roads filling up with water very quickly from eastern Texas through Louisiana today. You can see all the rain that's going to add up in the gauges here. The yellow indicating 3 to 5, but locally higher amounts pushing a foot in some locations. Stay with the Weather Channel coverage of Nicholas throughout the day here on the Weather Channel. Remember, you can download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel on Roku, Fire Stick, and on your smart TV for 24/7 access to the latest alerts, forecasts, local radar, and live coverage. There is Houston. Wow. We'll be right back.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Okay, I'm up. 5 more minutes.
Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
So ashamed I overpaid for this used car. I've decided to go undercover. Guess I picked the wrong used car site.
Remember, if you don't see me, you're not seeing the most accurate price. Shop at Carfax. You won't have to overpay on a used car again.
Hey, Bob.
Oh, my. Hey, Beth. How we feeling?
Good.
Yep.
Moving.
Moving.
Shop millions of great deals, all with a free Carfax report. Only at the all-new Carfax.com.
Mission Control, we are go for launch. T-minus 2 minutes and counting.
She's eating the rocket.
Copy that. She is eating the rocket.
I assume we needed that?
Lunchables, built to be eaten.
She has eaten the rocket. Over.
Welcome to Allstate, where you can pay a little less and enjoy the ride a little more. Now get new lower auto rates with Allstate, because better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click or call for a lower auto rate today.
Busted? Original Gorilla Glue, of course. Works indoor, works outdoor. It's weatherproof, it's waterproof. It's versatile and incredibly strong for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
I've got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Sky Rizzy.
Things are getting clearer. I feel free to bare my skin. Yeah, that's all me. Nothing at me. Go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin. That's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Achieve clearer skin with Sky Rizzy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months. Of those, nearly 9 out of 10 sustained it through 1 year. And Sky Rizzy is 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
I see nothing in a different way. It's my moment, so I just gotta say, nothing is everything.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is everything.
Talk to your dermatologist about Sky Rizzy. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. It's powered by Verizon for as little as $25 a month. But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless. Visible. Wireless that gets better with friends.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, winds from Nicholas hitting Houston. Look at the trees doing their dance, swaying back and forth in the breeze. NWS, National Weather Service Houston, reporting gusts south of the city near 60 miles an hour, close to 70 miles an hour around Galveston. And it's still cranking out the door this morning. So what's the deal, Nicholas? Where are you headed? And why are you taking so long? And what are you going to bring with you as you're working your way across the I-10 corridor? Well, severe weather is going to be one of those things. And here's a look where SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, has a zone highlighted here where we could see some thunderstorms and some severe thunderstorms. It is not uncommon as we have landfalling hurricanes to spin up tornadoes. So just looking at our Torcon value today, basically right at that Houston line, closer to Beaumont in the Sabine River through Lake Charles, due east. And notice it doesn't get that far north. So these things kind of swing in, they can maybe spin up, and then they usually fade on the lower end when we take a look at the enhanced Vegeta scale around the EF0, EF1, maybe EF2. Haven't had any of those reports yet, thankfully. But we just got downright heavy rainfall and flooding. Notice the flood warning out here towards Galveston. We've been looking at some flooded roads. Today's a day you want to stay inside if you're around southeast Texas because of this storm system. So here is a look at, some velocity, kind of give you an idea of where we're seeing some of the onshore push of all of this activity. And notice we don't really have anything currently spinning up locally and isolated. But these bands right here are going to be worth watching today. And that's another reason why we're saying, hey, just hang tight. I know it's going to be an all-day venture for some of you. If others, it might even be kind of a day-and-a-half venture because it's such a slow mover. But here's a look. By the time we head in this afternoon, we're just now seeing the center kind of working over the Sabine River and crossing over into the state of Louisiana. And then you have southeast Louisiana back into a very heavy, wet situation, Kelly, where we were already dealing with flooding. We still have those power outages like you were talking about down in Houma in southeast Louisiana, and it sticks with us through tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of power out in Texas right now. Still too dangerous, I think, for some of those crews to get out there and do any work on it. But the city of Pearland in Houston's southern suburbs is home to 122,000 Texans. We want to check on the situation there with Tropical Storm Nicholas. Officer Chad Rogers with the Pearland Police Department joining us now on the phone. Officer, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's a busy time for you right now. How is your city faring with sunrise still some 2.5 hours away?
So far, so good. We're starting to experience those power outages. Around 25% of our city is without a power. Definitely gusty winds and rainfall has definitely increased here recently. But we're definitely waiting until daybreak and hoping that we're able to assess things a little bit better once we can see what's going on.
We are watching that Houston camera just bouncing around like crazy with those strong winds. And I know the mayor of Houston is asking people to stay home and stay off the roads. Do you want citizens of Pearland to do the same?
Absolutely. The same message here. We're asking folks to stay at home and please don't be out driving around. One of our concerns is that when daybreak hits, people are going to want to go out and assess damage. But what we're seeing is possibly the strongest winds are going to happen during daybreak. And we definitely don't want people to put themselves in predicaments where they could get themselves hurt or even worse.
And the outages are increasing, those power outages, and I know a lot of folks may turn to generators. Can we remind everyone about those safety measures? Because unfortunately, in the aftermath of storms, we always see those problems with carbon monoxide poisoning.
Absolutely. We don't want to run generators inside our residences. Make sure it's outside, away from the house, away from any kind of ventilation that could filter into the house. Because we don't want a tragic accident to happen for people just want to get some power for a little while.
Are you seeing a lot of damage? I know it's kind of dark out there right now, but trees coming down, any reports of that down on homes or cars or anything like that yet?
We don't have any reports on homes. We do have some reports of downed trees. As soon as this wind comes down a little bit, our city crews will be out to assess the damage and to remove those trees from anywhere. We do have signal lights out throughout town. We'd want anybody who's out on the roads to understand that just be careful. Treat those as a four-way stop before speeding through an intersection. It's pretty dangerous out there right now.
Very, very good point. Officer Chad Rogers with the Pearland Police Department there in Texas. Thank you so much for your time this morning. And everybody, stay safe out there. We want to focus more on the Houston Metro, Jim, and the fact that we're still not done. Of course, we still have the heavy rain that's pouring down on some of these areas.
Yeah, let's get back to that camera, Kelly, because I think that's worth 1,000 words. That's KPRC's camera. I just want to take this full here if we could, guys. And I mean, you can see this thing shaking around. I mean, we're still gusting 50, 60 miles per hour. We've had gusts over 60 in the city, of course, between two buildings, like I was trying to show you with Ida, you can get faster. But look at that thing. Looks like an earthquake. I mean, really, I'm really surprised that there's vehicles out on the road. If there's a little bit of good news for Houston and the city center, the heaviest rain, the 1 inch plus per hour rainfall rates are actually on the southeast side of the Beltway, down toward Galveston Bay. All right, so they're down in here in terms of 1 inch per hour. But you can see we are really adding up that rain as we take you down toward the seacoast. We are manageable, and all the bayous and whatnot are channeling what is falling in Harris County down toward this area. The problem is you have an east wind. So that's piling up the water on the western part of the bay. So it's making it harder to dump out. Either way, this one band here is where we're getting the inch an hour near League City. The break over the city center, heavier rains up to the north in the woodlands, and then heavier rain too, getting ready to move on shore over through Beaumont, Port Arthur, and eventually Lake Charles. I mean, it's already raining heavily there. So past 12 hours, heaviest rain has been in coastal sections and southeast Harris County. This is all going to pivot up into Beaumont, Port Arthur, and Lake Charles today.
I always had a connection to my grandfather. I always wanted to learn more about him. I discovered some very interesting documents on Ancestry. This is the registration card for the draft for World War II. And this is his signature, which blew me away. Being able to make my grandfather real, not just a memory, is priceless. His legacy lives on.
There's an America we build and one we explore. One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Jeep, there's only one.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The Lexus NX. Experience the crossover in its most visionary form. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Welcome the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
It's all coming together this fall with the DQ Fall Blizzard menu, of course. 7 seasonal sensations like new pecan pie, pumpkin pie, and more. A lineup piled so high with fall flavors, you might just want to jump in. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
Seeing blood when you brush your floss can be a sign of early gum damage. New Parodontax Active Gum Repair kills plaque bacteria at the gum line to help keep the gum seal tight. New Parodontax Active Gum Repair Toothpaste.
At Spectrum Business, we're so sure we offer the best value for business, we called our competitors to see if they could beat our 200 megabit internet and phone with no added phone taxes, no fees, and no contracts.
Thanks for calling.
These are their actual responses.
I would 100% go with Spectrum.
It really doesn't make too much sense to go with us.
Hear that? Spectrum Business is hard to beat. With 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month, all with no added phone taxes and fees.
How are they pulling a no fees and taxes? That's madness.
If you guys want to avoid being under a contract, Spectrum's really the way to go.
I'm going to be very honest with you. You're probably going to need to go with them.
Honestly, we couldn't say it better. Get 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month with over 99.9% network reliability. Call 833-919-2113. That's 833-919-2113.
And its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 70 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Today, sunshine and clouds mixed. High 81. Winds east-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy. Low 73. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Wednesday, partly cloudy. Record high temperatures expected. High 86. Winds south-southwest at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, guys, heavy rain up and down the Texas coast, into Houston, into Beaumont, into Lake Charles, and it's even going to get heavier there. This is more than 9 inches of rain that was reported on Galveston Island in just the last 24 hours, and counting, by the way. A flash flood warning is currently in effect. Chambers, Brazoria, Harris County, those are the big ones right now. Let's give you an update on what we've gotten through here. We're almost at 400,000 customers, which is amazing to me. That's just CenterPoint Energy alone. That's just Houston and Galveston because of the consistent winds that have been 40 to 60 plus mile per hour gusts in the Houston metropolitan area. We've been showing you that camera that's kind of the WPRC camera, which has just been amazing. Matagorda Bay, looks like an earthquake. Matagorda Bay, this is what got us to hurricane, 95 mile per hour gust. Port O'Connor, this is what's happening in Houston now. Port O'Connor, Palacios gusting 64, 62 respectively. Even Port Lavaca at 48 miles per hour. So now the biggest wind again through Galveston Bay into the city of Houston is where we're still getting those 40 to 60 mile per hour gusts. And this area will continue to pivot north and accompany that heavy rain into Beaumont, Port Arthur, Orange, Lake Charles as we work our way through the morning hours. So here you go. Lots of wind in through here. The good news is for Houston, at least most of Houston right now, is the heaviest 1 inch per hour rainfall rates or greater are in the southeast part of Harris County. They are not countywide, where we have to watch all that water come down toward Galveston Bay and out to the Gulf of Mexico. The problem with Galveston Bay is you notice the southeast wind, we still have 3 to 4 foot surge here on the western end of the bay. And that's because all the water is being pushed up and through here. And so until that wind changes direction, we won't see that water come down, and that's going to be for another few hours or so. So again, here's Harris County, Brazoria, Chambers, down to the south. You can see what's happening here with these outages. As I mentioned, CenterPoint Energy is the big one here, which is about 400,000 now. This is changing by the minute. This is still from Ida. All right, so we haven't gotten any new additional outages in Louisiana from this storm. But you can see this kind of exponential rise to the power outage situation in Texas. And, you know, it's even hard for us to keep up with the numbers as a result of this. So our wind energy comes into Beaumont, Port Arthur, Orange, Lake Charles, maybe as far north certainly as Alexandria, but I think that I-10 corridor is a pretty good shot at where we may see those power outages. Expect more in southwest Louisiana as we go through the day today, Jordan.
Yep, and then it's, you know, after that, where does it go? Where does the energy go? Where does the residual DNA go? Because if you're in Atlanta, if you're up in Raleigh, are you going to be impacted by this? Because the storm is heading, you know, toward the northeast at a very slow 9 miles per hour. And we're also watching a front that has been causing its own set of problems up along the northern tier with some severe weather up around Wisconsin and Michigan, and actually seeing some storm reports coming in out of the state of New York. So we're kind of watching both of these across the country, I was going to say both coasts. Technically, we do have coasts up here towards the Great Lakes. But this moisture and the surge and the humidity and everything that's going to come with it is going to impact some other areas like the Carolinas as well. We're also watching outside, just north of the Dominican Republic in Hispaniola, a new system that has been somewhat problematic in trying to get its organization together, but it is moving in an area that we could maybe see our next named system, as it looks to kind of sit just off the coast of North Carolina. So the good news is, if we can get this front to push out, it should block a lot of that from making, you know, maybe an additional storm making landfall. If this is strong enough, either way, you're going to pull all this moisture up and still bring in some rainfall. Even if that one front pushes all of that energy offshore, we got another front that we're going to be watching. That one's going to come in and just keep us active as we go into the end of the week and into the weekend as well. So just kind of timing it out. Here is all of Nicholas. Notice how that energy starts to work its way closer to the I-20 corridor as we work our way into midweek. By the end of the week, it still looks like we are unsettled. We're also watching that front that keeps storms around the area, which means just take a look at the bulky rainfall totals, Kelly, and obviously you got most of them down by the Gulf.
Yeah, you combine a front with that tropical moisture, and that can lead to some pretty heavy downpours. And we, of course, are keeping our eye on the Atlantic Basin. We are just beyond the peak of hurricane season. We still have half of the season left to go. There's that area to watch that Jordan just talked about. Of course, we've got Nicholas, which was a hurricane at landfall at about 1 in the morning Central Time, now a tropical storm. So now our attention turns to this area of disturbed weather. 60% is what the National Hurricane Center is saying in terms of possibility of development once it gets kind of over to the Bahama Islands and then kind of curving toward the east. As Jordan talked about, that front coming in will sort of help to keep it offshore and turn it out to sea, but still get close enough that we could still have some impacts. Over here, we've got a high chance of development. This system coming off the coast of Africa, pretty robust already, and this is the forecast. It's going to continue westerly and possibly develop anywhere in this area. So we could have our depression or a storm form out of this. Let's look at the model here, and you can see the GFS model does show an area of spin right there. We're watching it, staying to the south and not curving north just yet, but it may do that once it gets toward the Caribbean islands and then go a little bit north of that. And then another area to watch right behind that one. So as you can see, we still have a lot to talk about in the Atlantic Basin. It is September after all. This is a look at the European model. We look for that spin, and there it is right there. And here comes the next one, moving a little bit north of the Cabo Verde Islands. So still lots to follow during this hurricane season. We'll have much more on Tropical Storm Nicholas when we come back.
Life doesn't stop for diabetes. Be ready for every moment with Glucerna. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand that's scientifically designed to help manage your blood sugar. Live every moment. Glucerna.
Did you steal my Cheetos again?
Just tell him it wasn't you.
But I caught you at the counter.
Wasn't me.
Saw you snacking on the sofa.
Wasn't me.
You even had him in the shower.
It wasn't me.
I even caught you on camera.
Well,
Wasn't me. It was Shaggy.
it was her. I watched her eat them. It's a Cheetos thing.
When you save women's sports,
You support women's sports.
When you hit save, they see us, which means we get more opportunities.
And one step closer to an equal future.
Hi, sis.
You're late.
Fashionably late.
We cannot be late.
There's a road right there. That's a cat. We just hold Maddie's headpiece.
Seriously?
His name is Whiskers.
What happened to you? Whose cat is that?
It's a long story.
Oh my gosh.
Whiskers, there you are.
The Subaru Crosstrek, the adventurous SUV for adventurous people. Love, it's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
These are the blind faithful, the dripping with drive, forward-thinking, un-9-to-5ers.